order the January 13, 2013 meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. We do have the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. It will be led by Jorge Vargas, who is a senior graduate from C.K. McClatchy High School.
My name is Jorge Vargas, and I'm going to talk about the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of
the United States of America,
the United States of America,
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one nation,
under
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
liberty and justice for all.
We're going to have go ahead.
All right. Well, I wanted to thank Jorge for being here with us today. I represent McClatchy High School, so I also had the honor of listening to him give the valedictorian speech last Friday night. That was wonderful. And I want to welcome his family who drove up here to be with us today. Thank you very much for you also being here. So let me read just a short bio. When Jorge was in 5th grade, he realized the importance of education. And he remembered the sense of admiration that his classmates and teachers expressed when they looked at his academic performance, or his feelings of amusement and pride that were reflected in his parents' faces after he reached academic achievement. It was the idea that he could become someone and that he could avoid hardships that his own family had to go through that always motivated him to learn and to excel in school. 2 years ago, Jorge made one of the biggest decisions in his life, and that was to leave his parents and brothers and sisters back in Mexico and to come to California, hoping to study at UC Berkeley to become either a nuclear or chemical engineer. With the support of teachers, friends, and community leaders, Jorge has been able to overcome language and financial obstacles while living here in Sacramento. He currently volunteers at Ubuntu Green with other young leaders in the construction of community and home gardens. Jorge helped build garden boxes and planted vegetables like tomatoes and peppers. His next goal is to grow and harvest this fresh produce and distribute it in local markets so people can have the access and enjoy it like he does. Through his love for gardening and willingness to help others, this project will be finished and able to sustain itself by the end of this summer. Jorge realized his dream, and he was accepted to UC Berkeley. That's quite an accomplishment. Congratulations. He earned a scholarship, and he plans to study biochemical engineering and work as a research assistant in the lab, and then become a scientific researcher and hopefully a university professor. He expresses coming to America has been a long journey, but with the support from friends, teachers, community leaders, it has been possible for him to achieve his goals. We are extraordinarily proud of your successes, and you are Sacramento Unified School District's stellar student. So congratulations very much. All right, my pleasure.
So thank you very much for having me here tonight. I'm sure that the support of my family and also all the people at Sac City Unified and I'm glad you have also made this possible. It's been a long, long journey, and I am very thankful for having me here tonight. Thank you very much.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being videotaped in its entirety and will be cable cast without interruption on Metro Cable 14, the government affairs channel on the Comcast and SureWest cable systems. Today's meeting will be replayed Saturday, June 15th at 10 p.m. and Monday, June 17th at 8 p.m. on Channel 14 and will be webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Members of the audience wishing to address the board should fill out a speaker identification form located in the back of the community room and give it to the Chief Communications Officer, Mr. Ross, prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Responses to questions by the public will be posted on the district website prior to the next board meeting. Please limit comments during public comment to items not listed on the agenda. If you are found to be commenting on an item that is on the agenda, you will be asked to defer until your item comes up on the agenda. Please turn off all cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you. Item 5.0, special presentations. Item 5.1, 2013 Teacher of the Year. Superintendent Raymond.
Thank you, President Cuneo. We have a lot of happy teachers in our school district this evening, since it was the last day of school, and they're ready for a much-deserved rest and a summer break. And it's my privilege tonight to honor our Teachers of the Year, and we have 2 of them. 56 teachers were nominated by their parents, our students, and their co-workers. And we're fortunate that we have so many, many wonderful and amazing educators who continue to raise the bar for what it means to be a great teacher. And of course, having so many great teachers to choose from has made this a very, very difficult decision. But that's a good problem to have as a school district. Once we have the list of nominees, we then ask each of our candidates to describe their teaching philosophy and to illustrate how they ensure that every one of their students are learning. These written responses are then screened by a very astute panel, which we call our Teacher of the Year Selection Committee, which included our current year's 2 Teachers of the Year, Jennifer Ellerman and Michelle Apperson, and a number of other representatives and stakeholders. We then interviewed a group of final 16 candidates, and we chose 5 and performed classroom observations. And based upon what we saw, we selected our 2 teachers to represent our school district in the Sacramento County Teacher of the Year program. These 2 teachers are Stephanie Cook, who teaches geography, economics, and yoga at George Washington Carver, and Reza Mavi, a special education teacher who teaches math at Fernbacon Middle School. Stephanie has over 13 years of teaching experience, and Reza has been in the classroom for 8 years. Stephanie manages a full inclusion classroom, including instructional aids, while scaffolding and teaching new Waldorf methods to her students at George Washington Carver. Her classroom is one in which students develop their critical thinking skills with evidence-based arguments while respecting each other's opinions and diverse life experiences. Whether it's through the Poverty Project, where students experience civic learning, which, by the way, earned them a very distinct award, organizing her site's annual World Cultures Fair, volunteering in the community with students in juvenile hall, or mentoring her fellow teachers at her school site, Stephanie's positive impact is very clear in her classroom, throughout her school site, and within our community. In her personal statement about teaching, Ms. Cook writes, and I quote, "All students learn in my classroom because I help them to build healthy expectations for themselves and then assist my students in achieving them. I work hard to meet students where they are rather than where we expect or demand them to be, so they can grow honestly and wholly. By building tools for self-reflection and peer review into all of my activities, I help students become accountable, and I empower them to self-critique, chart positive progress, and engage in self-care." Truly amazing, isn't she? Reza Mavi is a special education teacher who loves what he does, and he holds his students to the same high California content standards taught in general education classrooms. He believes all students are capable of mastering these content standards and works to modify the curriculum to this end. Whether he is tutoring math during his lunch or after school, managing at least 28 individual education plans, teaching Saturday school, collaborating with peers to write new math curriculum, engaging in instructional rounds, or conducting approximately 3 home visits a week. Rez's work ethic, dedication, and positive impact is extremely powerful. His philosophy is that all students can learn, and he takes ownership of that by holding himself accountable. In his personal statement about teaching, Mr. Mavi wrote, "My teaching philosophy has produced students who enjoy learning math and can demonstrate mastery of the content. While veering my instruction to meet the demands of the upcoming Common Core standards, my students were 70% proficient or advanced on the CST last school year. More importantly, however, my teaching philosophy helps my students learn the math they need to know as educated members of society. Watching my students become more confident in themselves and their abilities is the icing on the cake." Incredibly inspiring. Please join me in congratulating these great teachers, Stephanie Cook and Reza Mavi.
Oh, yeah, that's just fine.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for this honor. There are thousands of teachers who deserve this recognition. And I want to thank my family and my colleagues and the community and, of course, my students and parents. And thanks for this opportunity and thanks for the honor.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity and the recognition. It's very gratifying to do good work with great people and know that somebody notices. I couldn't do any of the things that I do without a great administrative team. The support at the school and with the district is incredible, and it allows all of us to do good work. So thank you very much for your support and this opportunity.
It's also my pleasure this evening to present our school district's 2013 Classified Champion Awards. These employees were nominated by their peers and administrators based upon their beyond the call of duty service and commitment to our students and our school district. This year we received 43 nominations. The selection committee carefully reviewed each nomination, and after much discussion and analysis of all the data we had, 14 district employees were selected for this award. So I'm going to need a little help, but what I'll do is I'll announce them, and then Roxanne, if you could help take charge, and then we'll come up and we'll give them their apples, okay? Okay. Our first award winner is Maria Alfaro, and she works at the McClaskey Adult Education Center, and she has been with the school district for 18 years. We're being assisted by Mike Beverly as well. Thank you, Mike. Christine Faith Bruno, Hiram Johnson High School. She's an instructional aide in our special education, and she's been with the district for 5 years. Our next award recipient is Rosalva Carrillo, Washington Elementary School, and she's the school office manager, and she has been with our school district for 17 years. Our next award winner is Lonnie Davis, Fruit Ridge Elementary, and she has been a library and media technical assistant, and she has been with the district for 12 years. Our next recipient is Michelle Dixon, OW Earlywine Elementary School. She is an instructional aide in our special education shop, and she's been with us for 4 years. Maybe not. Our next awardee is Rosa Garcia, Edward Kimball Elementary School. They are office manager. And Rosa's been with the school district for 12 years. Our next recipient is Ludmila Litvinchuk, Nutrition Services Department, a food services assistant, and she has been with the school district for a little over 7 years. Next, I'd like to recognize Dorothy Lopez with John Still K-8. Our attendance technician, and she has been with the district for over 15 years. Next, I would like to recognize Lorena Poon with Child Development, Home Visitor First 5 based program. And she has been with the district for 17 years. I went out of order. I'm sorry. I messed it up. Magda Martinez, Integrated Community Services. She's a youth and family mental health advocate, been with the district for a little over 5 years. I'd like to now recognize Aaron Williams, School of Engineering and Sciences, a campus monitor who's been with the school district for 11 years. Next, I'd like to recognize Christy Wynn, Health Professions High School, a controller, a bookkeeper at the high school, and she has been with the district for 11 years. Okay. And our last champion that we'll be recognizing this evening is Rebecca Zimmerman at Leotata Floyd Elementary School. where she is an instructional aide in the special education department, and she has been with the district for over 5 years. Could we please give one more loud, warm welcome and applause for our 2013 classified champions?
We'll give everybody a moment to leave. For the rest of our board. But then you make them wait the whole time. God, the whole place cleared out. Want to do a recess? All right, we'll take a 2-minute recess. we're going to call back to order. Item 6.0, announcement of action taken in closed session. Mr. Behrens.
Yes, Mr. President, with regard to item 3.1, two approved settlements in case numbers 2013-040090 and 2012-120710. Also, I'd like to announce the approval of 2013 KC waivers for graduation, and I will defer to the superintendent regarding announcements of personnel appointments.
Thank you, Mr. Behrens, and Board President Cuneo. I'm really pleased to announce this evening some appointments for some new principal and assistant principals. So first, I am pleased, and I'm going to announce their names, and then one by one, I just ask you to stand up so we can give you a hearty, well-earned round of applause. I'm pleased to announce that the board, by a unanimous vote of those present, has approved the appointment of Mary Coronado to be principal of Fern Bacon Middle School. Mary? Mary has been the assistant principal for the past 3 years, working with her colleague Nancy Purcell, who has enjoyed her last day as a principal. And since you're here, Ms. Purcell, we're going to give you a little applause too. Okay, please stand up. So it's officially too late for you to change your mind. I'm also pleased to announce that the board, by a unanimous vote of those present, has approved the appointment of Tariq McFall to be assistant principal, Fern Bacon Middle School. Tariq? Tariq has been a lead teacher at Fern Bacon, and we're so pleased to have him and a huge proponent of our successful parent-teacher home visit program. Congratulations. I am also pleased to announce that the board, by a unanimous vote of those present, has approved the appointment of Tuan Duong to be the next principal of Wilsey Wood Middle School. Tuan? Tuan has been the assistant principal at Wilsey Wood for the past 3 years, and prior to that, he was an assistant principal at Hiram Johnson High School, and really pleased to have Tuan in his continued leadership at the middle school. I'm also pleased to announce that the board, by a unanimous vote of those present, has approved the appointment of C. Lohr to be the assistant principal of Wilsey Wood Middle School. C. She has been the site instructional coordinator at Wilsey Wood these past several years, and well-respected instructional leader amongst her colleagues, and we're really excited for the leadership that you'll be bringing. I'm also pleased to announce that the board, by a unanimous vote of those present, has approved the appointment of Michael Mack McDonald to be the new assistant principal of Rosa Parks Middle School. I'm not sure where Mr. McDonald is. He's probably helping to finish up with some activities at Bret Harte this evening, where he has been the interim principal of that school, and we're really excited about the leadership and skill and ability he'll be bringing to Rosa Parks as it moves to become a K-8 school. And finally, I'm pleased to announce that the board, by a unanimous vote of those present, has approved the appointment of Vince Wolf as the principal of the Met Sacramento High School. Vince? Vince has been the interim principal at the Met. He's also been an assistant principal, and he's had the pleasure of taking 2 advisory cohorts through their experience at the Met, which means he stays with the same class for 4 years, and has been a huge proponent of the work and the philosophy and the vision and mission behind the Met, and we're really pleased to have Vince and his leadership at the Met. Again, I want to congratulate everyone that we've been able to speak to tonight, and in particular, getting a chance to recognize one of our retiring principals. Thank you very much.
Public comment. Public comments. We have one public comment, Mr. Ross.
We have two public comments on 6.0 from Leo Bennett Koshan and Alex Visaya Jr.
Before they leave. Actually, before, Mr. Koshan, if you don't mind, Member Rodriguez wanted to say something before the principals actually leave. Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, those from Bacon, if you can, and everyone else, if you can just hold off before you leave. Hello? I know it's a happy time, but don't leave, because what I have to say is all for you. I couldn't let this evening escape without saying some words about Miss Nancy Purcell and her crew over at Firm Bacon. It's been quite a ride, and starting off as a board member, Nancy Purcell was in our cabinet at one point, and so was her husband, Mr. Greg Purcell. It's just seeing you from that level, and then getting the pleasure of experiencing you as well at the school site and seeing your magic, both at the administrative level and then at the school site level, has been a wonderful experience for me. And although I may not have been one of your students, I think that I have been a student through your eyes and through watching both of you work here in the district. So I really appreciate everything. I'm trying not to cry right now. And I just hope that we don't lose communication and that you always still keep that spirit for the children, because I'll never forget the words that you say. You have 43,000 children, and because you said that, you made me think about that I have that amount of children as well. And that's what I do every day at this board, and that's the way I think of my role here, is I'm here for the children and the families. And Mr. Tariq McFall, I'll never forget the day that I walked into your class and the wonderful experience that I saw, and that I couldn't even leave your class. In fact, the open house was almost over. And I said, that is a dynamic teacher. And every child, I'm sure, has thought that same thing about you. And Miss Mary Coronado, just your steady leadership, always being there, always caring, and just listening to all the children, us as board members and parents concerned. I'm sure you're going to take that lead, and you're going to do what the marvelous things and beyond that the Purcells have done. And as far as the others at Wilsey Wood and at Met and at Rosa Parks, Mr. McDonald, I wish you were here. I know that all of you are going to do a phenomenal job. You have been, and so congratulations to all of you. And Nancy, I'll miss you. Bye.
I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Leo Bennett Koshan. I was present for the beginning, and it's my experience that when a roll call is held and there's not a quorum, that you wait for there to be a quorum. So I'm asking if you could either clarify that now or let us know when a quorum was achieved and what was the unanimous vote of those present. In other words, how many votes were present. Secondly, at the start of closed session, I asked you to consider the lawsuit that you added that was filed Tuesday. I'm praying and hoping that at least one of you is willing to stipulate to the disastrous discriminatory effect on the poor and disadvantaged populations that 4 of you already agree with. Thank you, those 4, because that way we could save everybody a lot of money and a lot of trouble. If my hope was not realized during closed session, I would like to ask President Cunha to take advantage of this time in order to provide context and hopefully softening of the quoted language that this is an unsubstantiated and baseless lawsuit. Thank you.
Good evening, President Quinio, distinguished Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and staff. It pleases and gives confidence to the faculty and staff of these school sites, Fernbecon, Wilsherwood, and Demet, in selecting, approving these principals at their respective sites. My name is Alex Visaya, community advocate for families and students. Let me continue. These principles, without a doubt in my mind, will continue moving forward in their pursuit of excellence to each and all the students entrusted in their respective schools. In their behalf, thank you for your support. I yield the rest of my time back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Visay. Item 7.0, agenda adoption. I will move the agenda.
Second.
Second by Vice President Wu. Before we get to the vote, I forgot. I apologize. We do have public comment.
Mr. Leo Bennett Koshan.
Leo Bennett Koshan. As you consider your agenda, I wanted to ask you to take out of the consent agenda the budget revisions and the third interim. To me, looking at those first is a natural flow before you get to the proposed budget for 13-14. I also point out that the consent agenda is allocated 2 minutes. Those items have a 10-minute presentation, 0-minute discussion attached to them. I realize staff can really work quickly, but doing 20 minutes work in 2 minutes seems unlikely. So I would urge you to move those 2 items, the revisions and the third interim, out of consent ahead of public hearing. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment, motion is on the floor to approve the agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We have an agenda. Item 8.0, public comment. Mr. Ross.
We have 9 public comments for 8.0. I'll read the first 5. Leo Bennett Koshan, Grace Trujillo, Karen Casillas, Victoria Camargo, and Michelle Spies.
Leo Bennett Koshan. As I stated at the last meeting, I feel betrayed, and I stood up near you with the sign that said betrayed. I am continuing to feel betrayed. I'm starting with our standard size. I'm letting you be in control of my behavior. If I continue to feel betrayed, my signs will grow. If I feel too betrayed, I will come up close to you again. So let's see how this goes. Last time, I presented the second chance resolution. It's my recollection that I was promised that I would be given back to. It's also board policy. If anyone requests an agenda item, that you are gotten back to and that the board is publicly informed. I have made this request as an individual in the past, heard nothing. I have made this request now with the backing of the DAC, who I thank very much for their support, and have heard nothing. That causes me great concern. I'm going to file a variety of other forms as a follow-up, trying to give you more chances. I will be handing over here the district form 5145.4. I am suspecting bullying by the president because of his ongoing ignoring of my needs and those of the others. I will also be handing over the uniform complaint alleging that these requests for the agenda are being ignored, which is contrary to board policy. I will be handing over another uniform complaint which alleges that the Brown Act is being violated because the executive committee does not post its agenda or meeting time. I've had the pleasure of attending them in the past and would like that pleasure during the summer. And the last one is for Mr. Jonathan Raymond, and it concerns some of the esoteric Title I state comp and issues. Please unbetray me. Thank you.
Thank you. I will comment briefly. The request from Mr. Benekeshan is all requests was considered, and the agenda speaks for itself.
Hello, my name is Grace Trujillo, and I'm going to be getting minutes from my fellow from 9 minutes, total of 9 minutes. So just wanted to let you guys know. Yes.
Okay. So we can give her wait just a second.
I have.
Grace, can we give her 9 minutes? Thanks.
Is it? Okay. Good evening, fellow members, Raymond and John, Jeff Cunio, President. I've been coming to board meetings and attending budget meetings since 2008. Over the past 5 years, I have seen over $150 million cut because of declining enrollment and budget problems. During these years, I've seen 1 or 2 schools that have been closed as a result of that budget and physical times. I can't believe that 4 months ago, we had school closures that were from they went from, the first one's closures came from 10 schools and then 7 schools. At first, the savings was going to be $1.3 million for 10 schools and then $1.1 million for 7 schools. The average is like $157,000. This is equivalent to a principal's position. That was my question. My question is, why are they closing these schools? You know, I want to know more. That's why I started looking into the books and started analyzing and doing projections and coming to my own conclusions. When you add up the loss of revenue, construction costs, transition costs, and lawsuit, there's no savings here. There's a deficit. I have been going to different schools and helping out and translating, you know, because I can't give my back to the people that need it or that do not have a voice. One of the things that I've talked to parents, at least 30 that I've come across so far, have left the school district. Let's say, for example, 1% of the 2,300 people leave. That's a cost savings if you multiply 230 students by 5,750. That's $1.3 million. That's our savings right there. That's only 1% of what's happening to this. So in the impact that this had, and this is not including the new formula, by the way. The new formula, there's 230 students times 7,120, that's $1.6 million. So you have to understand that most of the schools that are closing are impacted in the ones that the new formula funding is going to be much higher. So the impact for the future revenues is going to be $1.5 to $5.5 million. That's not a savings. That's a deficit. Now let's go to construction cost. Okay, let's say, for example, Rosa Park and Mark Hoffman's. They're moving, just to move one portable, $75,000. Mark Hoffman's restrooms have just been remodeled, and now that school's going to be vacant. And that we still haven't paid for those bond money. They also need a new play structure for Rosa Park, new bathrooms. My son at Phoebe Hearst doesn't even have the bathrooms. He doesn't even go to the bathroom because it's broken. And so many other things will come up as time goes on. Q&R money is an amount of $20 million was used up to upgrade the receiving schools and to accommodate the additional students. This will be no need for these upgrades if the 7 schools will not be closing. All our schools need repairs and upgrades, and some more than others. Bond money could also be used for technology. Some schools have smartboards, computers, iPads, and so many other technology. Also, some schools have used that Q&O money so they could upgrade their computers and fix their existing bathroom. For example, I would love to have that at Phoebe Hearst. I know the people in the community have, with the Q&R money, will need to get this technology. At the same time, to get our kids a bathroom. My kid doesn't have to wait at the end of the school day in order for him to go to the restroom. A $20,000 allocation for Phoebe Hearst or all the other schools won't be enough to cover for a computer or for them to fix our bathroom. in order for them to work. Now the transition cost. There's really hasn't get a set amount of how much it's going to cost for busing for all 7 schools. Also for the parking, and also right now the children are going to be picked up at an abandoned school. What's the cost for cross guards? At last board meeting, I heard there was going to be $145,000. I don't know, the amount keeps changing. Now the lawsuit. This is something that we could all go back. It's your decision. It's in your powers. You guys made the decision. You guys could reverse it. The newspaper, you guys indicate it's going to cost the school thousands of dollars. So there's no savings here. The savings, once we add up the loss of revenue from children, the loss of constructions to accommodate the receiving children, the transition cost, and the lawsuit, it's going to be a negative. This negative is going to have an impact on all the schools. That's why when I talk to people, I tell them, you know what? This school closure is affecting you too. And you need to go back and look at the costs and start adding them up. Who does it impact? One major impact, receiving schools and the neighborhood schools. For example, Theodore Judith will be receiving 45 students from Washington. Yesterday, I was with my nephew, and I was at East Portal Park, and one of the mothers told me that their son wasn't going to be accepted at Theodore Judith, and she lives in the neighborhood. She told me that she was in the lottery system. I explained to her that if Washington wasn't going to be closing, 40 positions in your child's school in McKinley area would be attending Theodore Judith. She didn't think about it that way. She went, oh my God, Grace. I said, well, guess what? These are things that you're going to have to come up, and they're going to come in the future. Now I know why parents weren't coming up here in the closures. You know why they weren't? Because they were too busy trying to figure out how to create their school as a charter school. That's why you didn't hear any parents be coming, because of those reasons. I had the opportunity, and parents have been sharing with me this information. The new funding formula is going to bring in more money to help our schools. Under the new formula, the school's closing qualifies to receive a larger amount of funding. I would like to understand, if there's not the new formula funding and Proposition 30 did not pass, I would go and say, you know what, schools need to be closed. I'm all there for you. I support you. Today, newspaper stated Sacramento School District today the Sacramento School District said 2 or 3 years before the deficit structure. Why is Sacramento School District the only district which has a deficit structure? All the other schools with additional funding are going to have smaller classrooms, add days to school, draw revenue, and borrow money. Why is our school different? Once the lawsuit goes into court, it's going to be really easy for an expert accountant or financial analyst to testify that the closures of school is not going to save any money. As you guys know, you guys are attorneys. One other controversy is going to be the cost savings. There's going to be more expensive than savings. The expert will be pointing out a couple of things. The overstated of books and materials in the amounts in the millions. Also, the past 8 years, Sacramento School District has been very conservative in the projections and has kept the requirements reserve overstated for several million. Elk Grove, San Juan's Folsom School District did not overstate their projections. So they did in Sacramento School District. This is a way it hurt our schools, because some of that money could have been used in other resources programs. Our overstating books and materials and projections, Sacramento School District will be able to balance the budget. Sacramento School District has had budget of $400 million and is trying to save $1.1 million in exchange of closing 7 schools. Again, $150 million has been cut from the Sacramento school since 2008, and only 2 or 3 schools were closed during that time. Once these 7 schools are later open as charter schools, Sacramento School District, it's going to have further declining enrollment, 2,300 students to be precise. In the future, it's going to mean more layoffs, aides, principals, custodians, and school nurses. As I mentioned in the past, my bigger 2 concerns at the Sacramento School District have been the balloon payments due to the near and the benefits specializing in the cost of health care. I am glad that the school district has addressed the balloon payments resolved to refinance in the remaining balance.
You can finish up, please.
Okay.
We gave you 9 minutes, Grace.
Okay. It is the reason for the closing of these schools, the concern of the benefits and compensation. We should be working together and finding solutions and not waiting for schools to be bankrupt before something is done. This message is for the public who is listening to me right now and needs to get together and make sure that the healthcare cost doesn't continue to rise.
Thank you,
This is why we're looking into this matter. Hospital charge whatever fees they want. The school system is not the only organization with these concerns. Other counties, states, and federal agencies also have these similar deficits in the future. We need to work together.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next 5 comments are from Maria Rodriguez, Karen Sweat, Arthur Ailman, Jessica Arriaga, and Dale McKinney.
Good evening, President Cuneo, Superintendent Raymond, and members of the school board. My name is Maria Rodriguez. And this evening, Mr. Hansen, I would like to start out with the positive. I hope it doesn't use up all of my time. I'm a little bit disheveled because I just came from hosting a barbecue swim party that's still going on to celebrate a bunch of students from our schools. 5 families and 9 boys are over swimming and barbecuing right now. 3 of those boys promoted from 6th grade. 2 of those boys promoted from 8th grade today with great honors, 4.0 GPAs, and that included 8th grade geometry. I'm pretty good at math, but I didn't take geometry in the 8th grade. Now, those boys who promoted from 8th grade didn't do it on their own. There were teachers that went as far back as kindergarten that got them to where they are, and I would just like to name those names to recognize those outstanding teachers. Teachers like Chedoritsky, Jetter, Nazari, Mullen, Chan, Green, Ballard, and our favorite, Hammond. 2 of those teachers have been News 10 Teachers of the Month. 2 of those teachers have been Teachers of the Year here at SCUSD. I would also like to recognize the principals that I have been able to have my kids be under. And those are people like Husher, Tanaka, Montgomery, and of course, Purcell. Those names, many of them, they don't even need any further explanation. You know who they are. I put up A Tale of Two Cities. I thought it was obvious, but it's probably not. I put it up because it represents to me the disparity between my experience and the experience of other children in this school district. I continue to be disappointed at the way that these school closures were handled. I understand there are operational reasons for that. A principal took time to explain some of those operational reasons to me. But as recently as yesterday, spokespeople for this district continue to rely on numbers of overstating how underutilized our buildings are. And I passed out to you a second time my analysis of how those numbers are overstated. I also think that the budget problem is overstated, and I just want to say it is very discouraging to feel that we come up here and are ignored, but I have hope because I am not here for myself, I am not here for my children. I am here because I see an injustice, and I think that's going to go on for a very long time, and honestly, I believe I'm going to be here longer than most of you up there. I'm not trying to insult you, but that's how passionate I feel about justice for people who do not have a voice of their own, and that injustice is not going to go away overnight. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Raymond. My name is Karen Sweat, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. Much to my disappointment this morning, I read in the paper that we seem to have a new tagline. And I brought the paper with me. It's the Sacramento Bee, Section A, top of the fold. Schools relish chance to spend. Schools relish chance to spend. On the jump, on the back, instead of putting children first, and I'm going to read this right out of here, in quotes, every penny we receive, we plan to use to build the fund balance. So our new tagline appears to be, every penny we receive goes to the fund balance, not putting children first. Now, I've been watching the budgets. I know what I'm looking at when I'm reading them. All of our fund balances are solvent. We have just come through a 6-7 year period of fiscal crisis in the entire nation. We came, I think the word was a couple weeks ago was used, was perilously close, but we did not use our designated for economic uncertainties. We did not touch it. That's what it was for. We are not flush. We need to be very careful with our spending, but I think we should continue to put children first and rebuilding, rebuilding our fund balances, which in fact are solvent.
Good evening, Superintendent, Mr. President, and board members. Facing the school closures, the staff at Joseph Bonheim Elementary took it upon themselves to study what could be done to put students first in the Joseph Bonheim community, a poor community where schools have always played an important role. The staff study human learning. They train with Dr. Thomas Armstrong to learn how to teach almost anything using the 8 multiple intelligence described by Harvard professor Howard Gardner. They train with Susan Kolivec to learn about the biology of learning. Intelligence, for example, is a function of experience. It is not something you are born with, but something you get from hard work. They study successful charter schools. They use a body-brain approach. They study the Charter School Act and the collective bargaining agreement between SCTA and SCUSD. The school staff, principal, and teachers, they step outside their comfort zones. They work long hours and on weekends to create a charter aligned with the district strategic plan and the plan's 3 pillars. We took a survey at the school of the parents, and 60% of the parents at Joseph Bonheim approved a dependent charter school. Now, with your approval, we would like to get approved for a dependent charter school at Joseph Bonheim.
Could you give us your name for the record, please?
Thank you.
Your name? Yeah.
My name's Arthur Aleman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dale McKinney, Superintendent, Board. I'd like to just briefly comment on what was reported in the news as a reaction to the lawsuit that was filed in federal court. It was reported on one of the television stations that the response by the district was that the suit was baseless and without merit. While I agree that is an accurate description, I think it is of the wrong entity. I think what's baseless and without merit is your plan to close schools. The lawsuit is based on the people. That's the base of the lawsuit. And the merit of the lawsuit is that the desire is to get an education for all students, not just some. But let me be unequivocally clear that this lawsuit is only a tactical battle in this war. If we lose this battle, there will be other battles that follow. Why? Because right is on our side. And in the words of that old American patriot, we have only just begun to fight.
Hello, my name is Jessica Arriaga. I'm a parent of 2 children at Joseph Bonheim. And I just wanted to respond as well to your response to the lawsuit. you had indicated that it's a shame that the district has to spend thousands of dollars to defend its actions. And I have to agree, it is a shame. It is absolutely a shame that the board as a whole has failed to ignored our pleas, our cries, every time we've come up here and we've asked you to revisit and look at what you guys have planned and what your intentions are. And we weren't heard. And so we had no choice as a public. When we're not being heard, we have no choice but to take it elsewhere. And so that's what the people have done. We have asked the federal court to review our complaints. And it is a shame that you could not take the time to hear our pleas and to hear our cries. And we're going to continue to fight because we're fighting for our children, our communities, and our families. And I do hope that you do open your ears and you understand that we're not going away. This has just begun. Thank you.
We have item 9.0, public hearing, and I will gavel this in right now. Item 9.1, a public hearing and proposed fiscal year 2013-2014 budget for all funds. It is simply a conference action tonight, and it will be a presentation by Mr. Ken Forst.
Members of the board, Superintendent Raymond, we're going to try and go through this quickly tonight, and I would like to offer the opportunity for you to ask questions as we go through at each slide. Many of these will be review for some of you. Maybe. So, one of the things is that it has been a roller coaster with regard to funding in the state of California recently. We're very close to the end, but as you'll see later in the presentation, we're not quite there yet. This is not working. One of the things that's important to realize is that the statutory funding versus the actual funding for unified districts, you can see the difference. This difference is based just for Sacramento City Unified. If we were funded at what the statute says we should be funded at, we would have an ongoing increase of $52.745 million more each and every year. Some of the things that have come up, LCFF, Local Control Funding Formula. We're now waiting on the details. We believe that with the governor's May revised, that there are significant additional accountability requirements. These will be directly related to the concentration grants and the additional funding which are given and must follow those students that generate that funding. And as indicated down at the bottom, students eligible for free and reduced lunch meals, foster youth, and English language learners. Some of the things that are unique about the May revised budget is that some of the core services which were originally categorical and which were segregated in the budget so everyone could see them will now be rolled into the funding. But districts will still be accountable for providing those services. The problem is that at the present time it is unknown how much of the money we receive under the new formula will be restricted. And so we'll be doing an analysis to say, of those things we now must cover with the unrestricted, do we have sufficient dollars to do so? So good news, the governor and the legislature have seen fit to provide money for Common Core implementation. We're currently estimating that at $6.6 million. The compromise bill appears to provide more money. That money must be spent over 2 years. We must have a public hearing on the plan and how that money will be spent. One of the complications of the new legislation is something called maintenance of effort. And under the May revise, they looked at this year, 12-13, for the amount of money being spent in many categorical programs. Under the legislation, the district will be required to maintain that level of funding even if no additional revenue is provided for those areas. So this could be a problem and limit our ability to utilize the funds which are coming our way. So we kind of take the view that the local control funding formula has tilted to more of state control with more accountability requirements and more designation of how the funds will be spent. Just to make it clear, this is an article, and you can see that it is expected the legislature will vote on this tomorrow. We're hopeful that we'll have more information for you early next week and what the final outcome is. However, I think it's probable that we will be coming to the board in July once all of the real information is out there in an effort to meet the 45-day requirement. And that requirement is 45 days after the governor signs the bill into law, districts may revise their budgets in accordance with the revenue which is now detailed and known to the district. So one of the things that we were able to do, thanks to School Services of California, they've done a nice chart here about what some of the differences are, and we've gone through and done an analysis. So the governor's version versus the compromise bill on the general fund revenues are neutral for this district. Proposition 98 money, neutral. It does appear, as I just indicated, that there'll be more money for Common Core for the district, and under the LCFF, there'll be more money for the district. It is unclear as to how quickly that money will flow to the district. The implementation year is, as you can see, as yet undecided. Going on, you can see the base grant does appear that it's going up, but we do not have the details yet. The targets on the base grants, we do not have the details yet. The supplemental grants, those appear to have gone down. Now, as a district with between 72 and 74% of our students qualifying for free and reduced, we would be a beneficiary of most of the concentration in supplemental grants. So we believe this will probably reduce some of our funding. The same doesn't appear to be true on the concentration grants. That appears to be going up. So when we get the details, there may be an offset. The grant threshold, it's neutral for the district because we greatly exceed 55%. Going on, a disappointment is the backfill for the special education funds that are being cut at the federal level does not appear to be in the compromise bill. So that's a reduction for us. The mandated block grant is a reduction. The inter-year deferral buyback is really neutral in this proposal. What that is, a reminder, we're hearing about the billions of dollars being given to education in the state. $4 billion in this bill is to give us money that's already owed to us just faster so that we don't have to borrow as much each year. And you can see the same thing on the 13-14 inter-year deferral buyback. A new one we don't have a lot of detail on is $250 million for career and technical education. That seems hopeful. This is a review of the processes we have conducted to date, and then we are pointing out that we are scheduling adoption of the budget on June 20th. This is again a review of the reductions the board has already adopted. This chart is our ADA, and as everyone knows, in California, districts are funded by the average daily attendance. And so this is a review with a trend line that shows what has been happening to our average daily attendance. I want to point out, because there is the requirement for a multi-year projection in this presentation, that in years 14-15 and 15-16, we are predicting a leveling off of that and not a further decline at this point in time. Also, you'll see throughout the presentation the Ed Data symbol. That is, of course, a well-known site in California, and we're pulling the data from Ed Data as a secure source, or we're noting as the last 2 years that where the numbers came from in the third interim. This is probably one of the most important slides in the presentation. As we show here by using data that is on Ed Data and then third interim projection, that the district has been running what is known as a structural deficit. So red indicates the level of expenditures, green indicates the amount of revenue. So you can see that with the one exception, the district has been spending more money each and every year than it takes in. The 1 year we had late receipt of one-time federal jobs funds. As you can see, we received that. It was in the ending balances, and then the very next year we did expend it. And so this is an issue which must be dealt with, because as the fund balances go down, eventually you run out of the savings to fund the structural deficit. This is the detail, again, from Ed Data and then projections, and with a comparison to what other districts in the state have and what the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, recommends. And so you can see that we've had a steadily declining balance as the district has used its fund balance to continue operations during these difficult financial times. We are not alone in the state to have a structural deficit. We have perhaps a more difficult problem than some other districts, but we're not alone. Many districts have structural deficits during this financial tough time. So the state required minimum we are predicting for 13-14 is $8,475,000. We anticipate with this budget being approximately $1 million over the state required minimum. So that's not a lot of money. So what does that look like? Here's a slide that shows you the components of ending fund balance. The yellow and the red at the very bottom are the legally required components of the ending fund balance. The gray are the restricted dollars. And while they are available for cash flow purposes, they are not available for general expenditures. The green represents those dollars that the board may allocate for subsequent year expenditures. And as you can see in 13-14, all of those dollars are anticipated to be used. This slide merely provides the detail, once again, of the components of the ending fund balance. So what are the budget assumptions? It's important that we recognize that the revenue calculation, if we use the old revenue limit, we would be at $82 per ADA increase. The budget being presented tonight to the board is assuming a $267 per ADA revenue limit increase. We believe, based on the information we have received, that the compromise bill will provide a minimum of $307 per ADA. That could mean a possible increase of $1.6 million over the revenue being presented to you tonight. The other thing I want to point out is that Proposition 30 only provided stability. It did not really provide additional revenue. We believe this projection is a moderate risk. We don't think it's too optimistic, nor do we believe it's too conservative. What else is in the budget? Step and column movement, employee benefits increasing, furloughs continue for the next year, no reduction in class size, and we're assuming the sequestration of the federal funds. In the subsequent years, 14-15, step and column are still included, furloughs are eliminated. Some funding which will be going away, the Quality Education Investment Act and Common Core, will be accounted for in this year. And so because those monies will be in this year's budget, in 14-15, you'll see a dramatic drop, and that's why. So there's roughly $10 million drop in the revenue because of those two items. We're showing benefits going up 10%, declining enrollment leveling off, as I previously indicated, utilities go up 5%. We're using a revenue limit calculation. As soon as we have the details, we'll switch to the new methodology. Again, we believe this is a moderate risk. 15-16 remains the same, only we're using the School Services of California COLA projection of 2.2%. Now, if you look at the difference between what we're presenting tonight and the third interim, there are some differences in numbers. So this slide and the next slide are presented merely as an indication to show you we have reconciled the two differences. Why is there a difference? The current business systems and business processes, due to the timing, do not allow us to carry or have, if you will, multiple year budgets online simultaneously. We hope to address that shortly. So we're working on that. But in reality, as is pointed out by the bullet on the bottom, your staff is having to produce a budget really about every 2 months with an update, given the current situation. So that's why there's a difference. We've reconciled it to the penny for those people who'd like to go through and see why there's a difference. I want to point out again, there is a significant difference between restricted and unrestricted funds in the state of California. To make sure that there's more transparency and more understanding of this concept, you'll see that we are always presenting now, moving forward, restricted versus unrestricted, and later I will address how that may change under LCFF. So also you'll see throughout the presentation that we refer to things like objects and functions, and so that there is a reference back for the reader, we are using the state-mandated standardized account code structure known as SACS, and I'm providing you the object ranges or function ranges so that people can look at this and understand where this is. At the end of the presentation, there is a link for those people who want to dive into it to the standardized account code structure manual. We now have a series of slides which have been presented to the board about a number of items included in this budget and what the justification was for in these very tight times and difficult times in the future that they have been included. Since this is a first reading, I'll go through them very quickly. There are 25 slides directly related to this list. If the board has questions, we'll be more than happy to answer them. So you can see that as we go through, we have the numbers are 1R, and then we go to 10U. And so when we get, can you get to where we have number 9, please? Number 9, what we've attempted to do is to show you, using that SACS accounting, what percentage of this budget is going to the first 3 functions under the SACS accounting category. These are normally put together in this state to categorize as direct instruction or direct services provided to students. So you can see in the restricted funds, of the first 9 items, 100% of those dollars are devoted to instruction. As we move now into the unrestricted dollars, you can see we've switched that number now with a U, so you can see it's unrestricted. The justifications continue. And we're also showing, in the middle of the slide, you'll see the percentage of type. So of the unrestricted, what percent is this item? And then of the percent of the total, what is this item? So we're attempting to give you that data as we move through. So some slides take 2. So when some requests take 2. So I've showed you that it's continued on the next slide, and then that we did carry it from the previous slide. So the reader will know that it takes 2 slides to cover this. I think we can go quickly through these. And when we get to the end, which is after item 34. And at 34, At 34, we show you that the unrestricted dollars, 74.9% are devoted to instruction. And it's the unrestricted represents 74.1% of the total of $8,067,000. Then we provide a summary of instruction, instruction-related activities, pupil services, and plant services for you. So we're attempting to show you that in relation to SACS, the standardized account code structure, how is the district allocating its money? So moving now to 1213, you'll see that we show the revenue, and we show in relation to both unrestricted and restricted what portion is coming in and what the total is, and what these are the projections for the entire fiscal year 1213. So you can see that the revenue limit is 57%, other state revenue makes up 27%, federal revenue is 14%. So this is the revenue side. We then move to expenditures. This is expenditure by object. And so objects are salaries, benefits, utilities, things like that. And so you can see how this is broken down. We do give you a total for total compensation between restricted and unrestricted at 80.1. I think it's important to point out that the unrestricted portion for compensation is 89.6, which is very high. And so we give you the breakdown, a percent of total, et cetera, et cetera. This allows you to look at the budget in relation to what your priorities are. Moving to the next slide, we break it down by function. And again, we add the first three, and you can see that in unrestricted, 81.9% is to instruction. In the restricted, 92.2%. Overall, this district is putting almost 87% of its available money towards direct benefits to students, which is commendable, especially in light of the difficulty we're having. Then as we move forward, we provide some accounting summaries. This is for the people who really want to know, are we balancing? And these slides allow you to do the accounting, if you will, and balance the budget. Then the next slide, we talk about some things about remaining balances. We continue to have questions about the district's books and supplies object range. This is an extract from the general fund of unrestricted account balances as of June 5th, 2013. Please note, and it's important that everyone realizes, just because these things are in unrestricted does not mean that we can just go spend the money as we see fit. I'd like to point out four from the bottom on the right side, number 0812, donations, special funds. That is money that goes to sites all over the district, and these are donations, and the donors specify how those funds must be used. These funds are carried over from year to year, and so it is restricted. When you see on the left side any number like 0020 that has in parentheses a number behind it, that's the resource code of the Tier 3. So this is where money has been moved from a Tier 3 program into the general unrestricted dollars, and so we're showing that. So while $2 million seems like a lot of money left in unrestricted, most of this money is spoken for and must be used in accordance with either the program for which it is accounting or the resource or the donor. And we have provided additional information tonight by location and by resource down to the detail level. Moving to the next few slides, this is the restricted dollars, where most of the money is. And if you go to the last one of these, you'll see that this is the big number, $7 million in restricted dollars. Every single one of these programs must be spent in accordance with the mandates from the state of California and or the granting agency. There is one that says private foundation. It's an anonymous donor who prefers to keep their name private. So each and every single one of these has a specific purpose and may not be reallocated. Why would some of these be negative? Because timing. As we move timing, some of the funds come in and they have not been reallocated. If you look at the very front, you'll see there's some unallocated dollars, and the budget department will be allocating those to ensure that there are no negatives by the end of the fiscal year. There are some very large carryovers, and to aid the reader and the board and the public, we provided a description of the largest carryover and what those resource codes are and how the funds are required to be spent. Now, we're starting on the 13-14 budget at this time. There's a blue X through the revenue. I wish to point out that we've given you a picture of what it looks like using the revenue limit, because that's the data that we have available today. With the compromise bill, the pieces of this pie will change in proportion. It will no longer be called revenue limit. We're not even sure at this date what they're going to call it. But we will be redoing this diagram for you and providing you with information directly related to how the LCFF formula or the compromise bill allocates the funds. We are still of the belief that there will be unrestricted and restricted dollars, and we'll show you what percentage is each. And so it's not that this picture is wrong, it's just that we know it will change, and we wanted everyone to know that we're aware that these pieces will change. Moving on to expenditures, there are some things I wish to point out about revenue first. Let me take a step back. If you look at the 12-13 revenue, and then you compare it to the 13-14 revenue, you're going to see a couple areas that are significantly less. So on the next slide, we talk about why that is. This district, prudently, in my opinion, takes the position that you should not record or forecast revenues until you are guaranteed that you will receive the revenue and you know the amount. And under California statute and business process rules, that is the recommended process. We may recommend something else to the board in future years, but this is a very prudent budgeting process. So that's why it is not in the proposed budget. If you go to the next slide, while these numbers are not in the proposed budget, we do anticipate that these amounts will be added to the budget later on in the fiscal year. As the board knows, because you adopt revised budgets, when those funds come in, we present them to the board as part of your meeting so that you can update the budget. And so that's what these are. These are our best forecast, if you will, of the additional dollars which will come. Now, notice that almost all of these dollars come with a specific purpose in mind, and therefore it has little, if any, bearing on our ending forecast. Next. Now we provide you again with expenditures by object. You'll note that the total compensation has gone up as a percent, and that the unrestricted dollars as a percent are now up to 90.2 for compensation. So obviously an area that we have some challenges on. Again, the district has dropped only slightly and is devoting a major portion of its budget to instruction. To compensation. And then on the next slide, you'll note that we do the same thing to instruction, maintaining 86% of the available dollars going to instruction and very high percentage in the restricted dollars. So our goal as we move through the year will be to provide information similar to this to keep the board updated as we progress through the fiscal year. Again, these are the balancing slides. And then we move into a little bit different analysis. The question has continued to come up about special education and what is the encroachment of special education in this district. The top box with data received from School Services of California provides you with a good analysis of our expenditures compared to comparative districts and to other unified school districts throughout the state. You'll notice that our transportation for special education is higher than both other unified districts and our comparative districts. That is primarily because we do not have home-to-school transportation of any significance at all. So therefore, there is no opportunity to share that cost and share the ridership on home-to-school buses. So therefore, we are literally paying the freight with special education transportation. And then you can see this program itself. You can see that for all unified districts, it's averaging 9.4%. The comparative group is at 11. We are only slightly higher at 11.7%. In the middle, off to the right, you'll notice that as a percent of the total budget, special education is only 8.4% of total expenditures. That is very acceptable and well within the norm throughout the nation. We do provide on the lower right the comparative districts. Off to the left, on the slide that follows, we're going to show you all of the funds which the board will be adopting. And you'll notice a little difference between revenue and expenditure. This box off on the left shows you that the special education encroachment, the transportation encroachment, and then a required transfer under the SACS rules of $9.2 million, total $41.9 million, which, as I'll show you on the next slide, must move from unrestricted to restricted. So on this slide, at the top two with the red asterisk, you'll see that unrestricted revenue comes in at $265 million, or is projected to. And restricted revenue is $115 million. If you move to the far right column, you'll notice that budgeted expenditures for unrestricted are $227 million, but budgeted expenditures for restricted are the $157 million. That difference of $41 million is that transfer required by the state accounting rules. And so on the previous slide, we show you the total, and here we show you how it moves from one category to the other. Again, these rules may change slightly under the new Finance Act. Then all of the other funds are presented for the board to take a look at. So in total, revenues are projected to come in at about $505 million, and expenditures are projected to be $525.7 million. Part of the point about using fund balance, remember, some funds by definition are designed to have their fund balance used. The building fund and capital facilities fund are perfect examples. You sell bonds, you put the money in the building fund, and then you draw it down. And so that's why you see those large amounts in the projected use of fund balance. Here we come to the multi-year revenue projection requirement. We show you our projected enrollment, our projected ADA for each of these fiscal years, the revenue limit sources, and the total revenue. And as I mentioned in that earlier slide, you can see that the revenue drops dramatically for 14-15 because of that $10 million difference that I pointed out on that previous slide. The Common Core is one of the biggest. We're going to put all the money into the budget in 13-14, and yet we'll spend it over 2 years. But it will all show up under 13-14. Therefore, there will be no revenue for that the next year. And that's $6.6 million alone of the $11 million. So you can see we're projecting that by 15-16, revenue starts to climb back up. Our problem, of course, becomes that the district is required to show a balanced budget. And as per the county request, we're showing you the amount that must be reduced in the middle in yellow for the district to balance its budget for 14-15 and 15-16. A reminder that if you cut to balance for 14-15, you do not need to cut as much in 15-16, nor do you have to cut as much in 14-15. If you put money into the fund balance, you can smooth the transition. So putting money into the bank prevents reductions in subsequent years. So we are currently qualified. The board is well aware of this situation. For us to balance the next year, we have to cut $13.2 million by June of 2014. We then would need to cut an additional $2.6 million to reach the total required or projected required of 15.8. Not all of these must be expenditure reductions. Obviously, revenue increases offset this dramatically. That's hence the reason the recommendation of the administration is any additional dollars you receive go to the fund balance to reduce the amount of reductions which will be required in subsequent years. So next steps. We'll post the adopted budget to the district website upon adoption. We're going to monitor the state budget process. We're going to recommend revisions to the board after the completion of the state budget process. We'll continue to post lots of more documentation on the website. We're going to develop a different budget process for 14-15. That's going to take a little bit of time. We're going to try and be as transparent as possible, get out, seek community input. Step one of that starts next week with a meeting with our software vendor who claims that they have made an update to our software, which will allow this district to have multiple fiscal year budgets online. And that's our goal, to be able to present the board and the public with multiple fiscal year detailed budgets and staffing plans, since that drives most of that. So we'll be working on that. Obviously, we'll continue with fiscal updates. We'll be coming to the board to develop a fund balance policy so that the public and our labor organizations will know what is the policy of the board with regard to building or maintaining a fund balance. And then, of course, the next step is an interim report by October 31st. Again, we encourage people to go out and look at the standardized account code manual if they have questions, and we are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We'll first have public comment.
We have 4 public comments from Leo Bennett Koshan, Rob Fikert, Kristen Goding, and Karen Sweat.
Leo Bennett Koshan. It's very difficult to do public comment when the budget was posted at 4 o'clock. I'm concerned since much of the budget is dated June 5th. So I'll have more comments next week. If we could stop the time. Thank you. This is your current budget process. Back in December, you adopted board policy, your governance group, 3 community budget information meetings. They've not occurred. This is your budget. Thank you. You finally have actuals. Love it. Hate to be negative, but you need more. You're supposed to have at least 3 years. You've already provided it in your bond packet, so if you just transfer the data over, it might be helpful to actually have the 3 years as called for in the school association's best practices. The graph that was displayed to me is propaganda. It has projections included. Projections aren't real numbers, and it only shows you 2 years. If you go back from AID data and look at a different projection, it doesn't create the big spikes, and it also shows that there's been deficit spending only 3 out of the past 10 years, which is not a structural deficit by most definitions. Thank you for looking at your trend lines in ADA and saying that we're not in decline. Why are we closing schools? I've been saying that forever. You do have concerns with ADA, though, because you should be driving that number up. I've shown you the graph before, and you just, closed your schools. But then again, here's that data saying you guys have been flat for a long time in enrollment, but you do need to drive up. Hey, there's hope. Them kindergartners are coming fast and furious. We'll probably have to open the schools up again. You guys are budgeting a deficit factor, which I'll talk about more. Why don't you freeze some of the money you're going to go over budget this year instead of continuing to deficit spend this year? Put it in the bank this year. I continue to feel more betrayed. I would like to very quickly
we could finish up,
pass
please.
on. I know. I'm just
gave you 2
wrapping it up.
Please.
It's the little
We could
school
finish up.
board best practices application. I would encourage you to do that.
Thank you.
Good evening. How are you doing tonight? Thank you very much. My name is Rob Fikert. I'm a PE teacher and athletic director at McClatchy High School. I've been there since 1997. If you're unaware, it's getting tougher and tougher for many of our students to fulfill their 2-year PE requirement for graduation. Because of that, to my understanding, there's a proposed budget item of $5,000 for each comprehensive high school to run an independent PE program on their high school for students who have a class scheduled in the following areas: marching band, sequenced coursework, which is our academies, AP classes, and honor classes. It is difficult for our kids to be in those classes, but for them to be able to ask for independent PE, which I've been a part of our independent PE program at McClatchy, where we have the kids keep a log of their physical activity. It is difficult for them to have a $5,000 stipend for someone to run that program for all the kids that could be possibly in these programs. I do agree that we need to do something to help these kids out to fulfill those requirements, but I don't feel independent PE is part of that process. For our freshmen only, if we're going to go that route with independent PE, we need to have our freshmen be in freshman PE. It is there's 8 core requirements in that. I'm going to speak to one: swimming. We are surrounded by water in the Sacramento area. Every year, we read in the paper 3 or 4 or 5 youths that drown in the Sacramento River or the area rivers. We just got done today, as Mr. Raymond said earlier, last day of school. We completed 6 weeks in the pool with our freshmen. The biggest joy that we had as a teacher is to see our kids who were already good swimmers improve, but we have a wide variety of group of kids who do not know how to swim.
We could finish up, please.
Thank you. I would also like to speak on behalf of one of my colleagues from Kennedy High School, Kristen Goding. She states, in order to uphold a high standard and maintain quality, summer school and independent PE study should only be available to those students who have and can pass 5 or 6 of the physical fitness gram tests during their freshman year of physical education. These tests are cardiovascular flexibility, upper arm strength, core strength, and the BMI. This means that all freshmen need to take physical education during the school year. Once they have successfully taken the course and have passed 5 out of the 6 tests, they should be allowed to take independent PE if they cannot via the traditional route. It is already policy that students must continue to take physical education pass their 20 credits if they cannot pass 5 out of the 6 tests. We as a district should promote healthy fitness and not enable students to bypass these standards through independent PE. If this passes, who oversees this program? Is it going to be our physical education departments at each comprehensive high school, or is it going to be someone who just has a PE credential? I think that is very important to make sure that we have someone that does this job on an everyday basis and has the expertise to do that. Is there a minimum or maximum number of people that can participate in this program? If there's a stipend for $5,000, there should be a minimum, but there also should be a maximum. When I ran independent PE, I met with my student once a week for an hour. Well, if there's a maximum of 200 students, it's going to be impossible for that teacher to meet with those students. Lastly, how does a person apply for that position? Is it open to anybody on our campus? There should be an application process for this job that's being offered. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening again. My name is still Karen Sweat. On page 1 of the budget is a graph, and there is a problem with it. It's at the bottom of your handout. I'm sorry everyone doesn't have one. Looking at this picture, we see 5 years, and it looks like a structural deficit for 4 years. We've got the word historical, deficit, and deficit spending. We've got the words deficit spending continues. Down in the lower right-hand corner, we had third interim projections. What we've got here are apples and oranges on a single line graph. As many of you know, my husband was a Sacramento Bee business reporter and editor for over 25 years. I showed him this graph as soon as I saw the document when it was posted on Saturday, and he said this would be kicked back. There would be no way this graph would get into the paper. There's a mistake here. It presents the wrong picture. It's apples and oranges, as you see on the second page. So I gave you what our structural deficit really is on the third page. I gave you actuals, revenues, and expenditures from the unaudited actuals. You can see out of 7 years, we had 2 structural deficits, and they were not consecutive, 2009 and 2010, and 2011, 2012. The last page is just because this is always very interesting. It's interesting to compare projections to actuals. We tend to be always about $10 million off. And you can see that in these 3 years. Unfortunately, I don't have all of the budget packages at home. I couldn't do any more years than that.
That is it. We have Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you. All right, so I have a few things I have questions on. First, can we make sure that we get back to the gentleman regarding the PE via email by, let's say, Wednesday, maybe Wednesday?
You mean the questions posed or the issues that he presented?
The issues that he's brought up, I'd like to have his questions answered. There seems to be some uncertainty as to whom can apply, and also in regards to that, maybe we can include if sports can be in exchange for PE.
Excuse me, what was that one?
Playing sports can be considered PE. Okay, so the only question I have for you is twice you're talking about declining enrollment, leveling off. How did you come up with that?
Right. We're looking at, as was pointed out by a member of the audience, that we have a declining enrollment trend. However, we have an increasing kindergarten trend. And so when you do the cohort analysis, increasing kindergarten classes would seem to indicate that we're going to level off on our trend. We are investigating utilizing a more common methodology and showing the board how we're projecting the trend. But given the short period of time that I've been here, I haven't been able to put that into effect. But for the 14-15 year, you'll see a true cohort analysis provided to the board. Okay.
I guess my main concern is school closures. I know there's several people that are pulling their kids out. I know that'll be for the 13-14 year. It seems to me that we will still have a declining in enrollment.
And we do predict declining enrollment for 13-14.
That has been taken into consideration. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Cunha. And I'm pretty sure President Cunha's birth rate in his house is also going to contribute to the long-standing student enrollment in our districts.
And we appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
Wait for 3 more years.
Thank you, President Cunha. Have more. So, everyone. So I don't have much to comment on in terms of this budget because we haven't had an opportunity to speak about it. honestly, I'm going to tell you what I appreciate. I appreciate the PowerPoint in advance on the website. Really appreciate that. I think the public really appreciates that. You know, it did need some explanation, and I'm really happy that it got explained because I was wondering, like, what's the RU? So thank you for the education on that as well. I'm excited to see that you're using SACs in your budget. And let me see, I was writing. I'm excited that you took into the your assumptions of sequestration. And then also I had the same question about the declining enrollment, but that seems to have been answered. The thing that I want a little clarity on is like slide number 56. You had an explanation about tier 3 funds.
56.
Did you mean to say tier 3 or title 3?
Tier 3.
Tier 3?
The tier 3 flexibility option.
Yeah.
Right.
And this is the way I heard your explanation. Now tell me if I was wrong. Your explanation, the way you said it, was we had to spend those dollars in the manner in which they came in. That's the way I heard it. So did you mean to say it like that?
Yeah, I didn't mean to. What I meant was you can look here and you can see where did the, and remember we had the public hearing about tier 3 changing. And so this just is showing you where the dollars came from and moved from restricted to unrestricted. What we're unsure of is based on the LCFF, those things that were in the categorical area, we're really unsure. What happens to the tier 3 money? What happens to those other things which we're required to take care of under this new formula? So we're really waiting to see, did we gain flexibility or lose flexibility? So I wasn't clear in that. I apologize for that. I was merely pointing out that we have all of these tier 3 dollars that moved to unrestricted, and they still appear to have some remaining balance.
Mm-hmm. And those can be used to balance our budget out.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but those most of these, Berman Rodriguez, are like at the school size, like leftover money when these funds had to be allocated to the school size. So like this, throughout these programs, this is accumulation district-wide by the resource. So this is like leftover money back from 0809 that is still carry over a little bit here in the different schools. That's what most of these tier 3 resources are. The parenthesis means that's what the whole, this is just for our, like Mr. Ford says, this is just for our keeping track what this all resource was, in parentheses. That's something that we did internally.
And so we did provide additional information. We will be posting some additional information related to the detail behind this slide. It is our intent that as we move forward in the process during next year, that the board has greater visibility of both restricted and unrestricted remaining balances throughout the year.
I absolutely appreciate. I really like this next step that you've taken. I commended you the last time about reorganizing the website, making this more transparent. That's always been my goal, to put things out to the public so that we're not hiding any, or even give an appearance that we're hiding things. So I really appreciate your efforts. One thing, if I can, put my hand in this again with you and make a request, is PowerPoint budgets. I think we need to move off of PowerPoint budgets. I understand this way because you were educating us, but typically governing bodies have budget books, and I see this translating into a budget book because you had your justifications. It spoke to how many staff were being paid for out of that, which is something that, it brings a lot of clarity in terms of that those dollars are allocated for those numbers of staff. And so I really like that part of it. And so again, I said I was just going to talk about your positives here because I would expect that we'll have an opportunity to sit down and talk in more detail later about this. And by the next board meeting, I'll have more questions for you.
And as we indicated in one of the slides, again, we meet on the 18th with the software vendor. Right now, it is not possible to have staffing plans for the 2 fiscal years open. That's unacceptable. I agree with your comment. We need to be able to provide the board that. And as we build a different budget process for 14-15, we'll be requesting true work sessions with the board so that level of detail and inquiry can be provided and provided well in advance. But for us to do that, we need the ability to have that next year's budget on the system. And so we will get that. It's just a matter of talking to this vendor and determining how to utilize their software.
Yeah. Oh, and one last comment. If I had a magic wand and I could wave it at the state legislature, I would ask them to change their requirements for us in terms of reporting, because there's no way we can close our books and then produce a really well thought out budget as well. And then the multiple year projections, when they don't even do the multiple year projections, is like a killer on us. So, if I had my magic wand, that would be my goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Hanson.
Just a couple questions. I think I saw the information before, but I don't remember. About how much money in federal sequestration money do we think we're going to lose because of the sequestration? Approximately.
Yeah, I think the number we presented is very close to $6 million.
Obviously, that's a huge number. And then the second question I have, because we have such a large benefits expenditure and future obligation, how much money are we anticipating putting in the budget to pre-fund our healthcare obligations for our employees?
There's no specific line item other than the agreed upon $20 that's coming out now. We are working with 2 benefit consultants to get the Affordable Care Act information up to speed, and as soon as we have that evaluation, we'll of course be presenting that to the board, so you'll know what the numbers are. And then we are well aware that we have to work with our labor organizations to start contributing towards that unfunded liability. So that's part of the fund balance policy. The discussion that we have briefly had with one of the labor groups was that any savings that we might be able to put together for the district as a whole in benefits go towards funding that unfunded liability, and that we develop a fund balance policy where the board votes to put some of that money into a designated reserve to meet some of the requirements for having funds available, but it sits there as a designated reserve and may only be used for emergencies and or to fund our unfunded lifetime benefit obligation. So these are things we've been discussing, and we'll be bringing those to the board as we get more definition and as we start to work with the various labor groups to come to agreement on how we're going to work on that. We had one meeting with the retiree group that's overseeing the investments, et cetera. We want to put that all together as a package and say this is the long-term plan on how we're going to deal with that unfunded liability.
I'm glad to hear that because as one of the speakers noted earlier, when holding up the headlines of school or the headlines of the paper, saying that school districts relish, spending the money, I quickly scanned to make sure that wasn't our school district having said something like that. I'm glad it wasn't because I'm concerned about a rush to spend money when we have so many obligations that we're already committed to. And I agree that we should certainly look at paying down those obligations that we've made for healthcare. So I hope that will be one of the first things that we consider should we have extra money that's available. So, we make the employees whole that we've made those promises to and start digging ourselves out of that hole. So thank you.
Thank you. I read your comments in the paper. I just want to give you a chance to kind of explain your position a little bit.
Sure. When we're looking at a multi-year projection which shows a significant amount of money that must be reduced in ongoing expenditures or revenue to offset those ongoing expenditures, it is my recommendation that we put money aside to lower the impact on the 14-15 fiscal year. And this budget is based on $267 per average daily attendance unit. If indeed, under the compromise bill, there are other unrestricted dollars which come, then it would be my recommendation to place those into the reserve so that we can reduce the amount of money that we're going to have to cut for 14-15. I believe it's prudent to do that because you're forestalling a terrible reduction in the subsequent year.
And I do appreciate that in regard to, I'm in strong agreement, prior to your being here, it's always been my biggest concern is when we start digging out of our reserve money to cover costs that, basically just what has been to stave off just hemorrhaging at the school site level and in the district. But I've always taken a more cautious approach to how we should be spending our money, in the sense that we're never going to be able to have any kind of stability over time if we just spend every dollar that comes in and spend it down to that 2% number. So I was happy to hear what you said, and happy that we're thinking more long term, and that we're thinking smartly about how we can create a stable fiscal picture, not only for kids today, but for kids in the future. So in regard to these are proposed additions as well. Is that, I'm reading these, and so they're we're expanding some of these programs. Is that right?
There are a few that are expansions. Many are maintaining, and the individual items try and address that. But there are some expansions of the programs, and so those would be seen as an addition. Yes.
Okay. And so, my hope is that the board is, as a body, we get we have a discussion about those. Maybe not right now, but at next week's time, and that we have some input. I mean, I had a chance to go over some of the additions. I have comments. I can, some of my priorities in regard to the additions center more around the positive behavioral interventions and supports, and less around expanding public safety services. And I know the request was to expand to 2 more SRO officers, which was approximately $225,000, but only to put $50,000 into behavior intervention system, which I find, if done correctly, kind of makes for a school atmosphere that we don't need the types of services at the end of the day. So that's something that I looked at. I think for the most part, I was happy to see that the monies were being spent on student learning, and I was happy to see the presentation of the items in a way that I think made sense in terms of achievement, and made sense in the terms of what the goals are up here. And the goals are to prepare kids for college and get them ready. And how are we going to do that? And when you discuss budgetary items, for me, we've talked about it in a vacuum over the last 3 years. We haven't had an opportunity to actually measure outcomes in terms of where we're putting the money. So it's a very important first step, and I applaud you for it, and I thank you for it. And given that and the late hour, no more comments. Appreciate it. And I will gavel the public hearing to a close.
Thank you.
We have item 10.0. It's the consent agenda. I will move the consent agenda. Can I get a second? Second. I have a second by Vice President Wu, but before we do that, I'm reminded we have public comment. I believe there were public comments on 2 items.
Correct. We have public comment from Leo Bennett Koshan on 10.1B and 10.1K.
Just like 4 minutes? Okay.
Is there going to be a presentation? Or?
No presentation that I'm aware of. Consent, normally we don't have a.
No, I realize that. It was just probably a misprint in the agenda. Leo Bennett Koshan. I am getting texts, and unfortunately the public is voting me a bigger sign. But don't give up hope. You can change if you pull this consent item and discuss it. I call your attention to page 7 and 8 in the revisions. The revisions state that the status report will have the adopted budget from 12-13 as one of the columns. I do not see that. That is your board policy. How can you vote your revisions if you don't have the information? But I will try to help you. If you look on page 7, if you vote this as a consent item with no discussion, you're approving a $2 million increase to your 5,000s, service and other operating expenses. You have $3 million coming in, and now you're going to shovel most of it out with no reason, no understanding, and you're telling us you want to build your fund balances. You are already facing a $5 million deficit if you go down the page on page 7, and now you're going to increase it another $2 million to a total of $8 million deficit spending for this year on page 8. That kind of deficit spending after you close schools to save $1 million needs discussion, not consent, if you want people not to feel betrayed. When you look at the $57 million proposal total for 5,000, if you looked at your historical patterns, you would see that it's been at around 55,000, which was your revised budget. So why the increase? I applaud that the 4,000 budget item, books and supplies, is going down by $500,000, but the historical pattern is around 12 million. So why don't you vote a bigger decrease? Again, lower that deficit, like you've said, so you build your fund balances for the future. Every year, nobody spends all that money. Every year, it's 13 million, 12 million. 1 year it went to 16, 12 million. It's never been 20 million. And if you go down to page 8, you will see between what's spent and what's encumbered in books and supplies, you have 9, almost 10 million left. Similar to 5,000s, you've got 8 million left. So you don't even have to approve these revisions today. Nothing's going to hurt in the district to have more time. There's plenty of budgetary authority already given by this board. Furthermore, you need to discuss your third interim report. Again, you're just going to rubber stamp the projections that state that you're going into qualified status that drives so much about this. Again, I've held up San Juan before, their third interim report. It has audited actuals. It has page after page of small notes to let you know what you're approving, what's changing. That's truly being a trustee. That's not betraying the public trust by just rubber stamping on a consent agenda a projection, oddly enough, that says you're going to spend $20 million in books and supplies for the next 3 years. Thank God it's been changed in the budget. Why don't you just vote and change it in your third interim report to have some consistency? Again, please don't increase the betrayal. Pull and talk. That's all the public asks. Thank you.
I understand we have one more comment.
Yes, one more comment on 10.1K from Jessica Arriaga.
Hello, my name is Jessica Arriaga, and I just felt compelled to bring something to your attention that's concerning me. I think the big elephant in the room is healthcare benefits, and the cost that it's causing the district. And I can tell you working in the industry, healthcare reform has cost the district quite a bit of money. It's going to cost the district even more money. We've absorbed an $11 million rate increase. That is only going to go up. That is the trend. That is the elephant in the room. That is the one thing that I have yet to hear some real substance, some real discussion about, because unless there's some drastic changes that are happening in that realm, you're not going to be able to close enough schools to maintain the current benefits that you currently offer to your employees and staff. So this is really the bulk of your budget, from my understanding, is the teachers' compensation and benefits that you provide. And I really think that I'm going to want to see how aggressive you as a board members have in shopping the benefits, getting the right vendors in place, the commissions that you're paying for those vendors. I would really hope that you're aggressively acting on that piece of your budget, because that to me is the elephant in the room that has yet to have any real discussion. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Member Rodriguez abstains. So we have four ayes, so it has passed. Item 11.0, communications. 11.1, employee organization reports. CSA, SCTA, SCIU, Teamsters, UPE. Item 11.2, District Parent Advisory Committees, Community Advisory Committee, District Advisory Council.
Good evening to all of you. Just want to give a report, an update on some of our past activities for the year. We finished our last meeting for the academic year 2012-2013. Just want to iterate some of the issues that have been brought up tonight. As you know, we've been deeply involved in your major issue, which is the school closures issue. We did list or tell you on February 7th what our position was, giving you that advice. Our intention is to continue to iterate our advice to you with that regard until there is some level of penetration in terms of relying on how we deliberate and give you that advice. Our intention is to try to find alternatives to some of the pathways that have been considered up till this point. Another thing that we've done is we did take a position to support Leo Cachon's resolution, and we believe in the spirit of that continuum that we hope that it will become more part of the conversation, because there is an anticipation of school closures in the future, at least the way we deliberate. We can see that may loom in the future. Superintendent, I want to thank you for your engagement with us in April. We look forward to more of those instances on a more regular basis on some of those issues. There is some consternation as to when that engagement began. We would have hoped that we could have seen you a little bit earlier. We understand the district was contemplating the core issue in February, and we didn't get it until April. And there may have been other issues, but we would have hoped to get it just a little bit earlier. But we do thank you for the involvement, and we hope to see it more regularly in the future. And real quickly, as my time is concluding, we've taken a position, at least at this point, to not sign the CONAP because of the limited amount of parent engagement. We were hoping that we can get some more thoughtful parent engagement so that we can continue a colloquy, providing some sort of advice on what direction we think the CONAP should go. So we hope that in the future we could get something like that, and we thank you for this time.
School site councils.
I hope you have a copy of
Yeah, we do. We got that, Mr.
Because
Secretary.
I'm going to walk through you.
Okay, we received it earlier when you spoke.
Thank you. Good evening again, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and staff. Where's Mr. Raymond? Oh, there he is. Good. Superintendent Raymond, President Cuneo. For the past 5 years, I am the school site council chair for Cap City Schools K-12 Independent Studies. My name is Alex Visaya. Each of you have a copy of the chart handed to you earlier, and I would like to walk through with it. Notice that the graduation rate for 2013 was a total of 125 students, or 60%, please listen, of this group expressed their desire to enroll at a community college after graduation. On the next line, the school year graduation rate from 2006 to 2009 is 363. It jumped from 2010 to 2013, 475, or an increase of 76%. Here's something very interesting. For a 10th grade KC for 2013, the math, by the way, my glass is always half full, not half empty. The math for all students is 52%, and ELA is 59%. Here's the telling task in here. Hispanic, because most of the students that we have at Cap City are either Hispanic or blacks. Hispanic in math is 51%. Passed, ELA, 56%. The black is 43%. That was below my glass, half full. And ELA is 58%, however. So for all the students, it's 54% on math and 58% on ELA. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. District English Learner Advisory Committee. Gifted and Talented Education Advisory Committee. Indian Education Parent Committee. Sacramento Council of Parent-Teacher Association. We have 11.3, the Superintendent's Report. I believe we have a public comment, Mr. Raymond. Mr. Ross, we have a public comment on the Superintendent's Report. You want to go first, or you want?
We do, from Leo Bennett Koshan.
Leo Bennett Koshan. I asked the media for a copy of the email statement that was claimed to have been stated by both our president Thank you. I asked the district for a copy of the email statement that the media shared that was claimed to be both from the superintendent and the board president. I have not received it from the district, and so I'm checking to see if the quote was correct, or if perhaps you could provide wider context, because it said that, quote, the lawsuit is unsubstantiated and baseless. We can certainly agree to disagree, but them's fighting words, and you've always struck me as somebody who has children first, who has compassion, who wants to try to build the bridges. My analysis is, unfortunately, that this is driven by our president. You know how to count to 4, and so you need to follow the direction as the single employee. I do not feel that you would have violated the process that you were trained in to give a much longer time for this process to unfold. I don't believe that you would have generated a process that would have targeted the schools that ended up being targeted, that are our highest poverty, our highest at risk. I don't believe that you would have jeopardized your priority schools by shifting students into them and creating that churn. So many different aspects of this closure process don't ring true with what I know about you as a superintendent. And so I'm trying to give you this opportunity to at least provide us context if the media quote is inaccurate, that the statement that this is a baseless and unsubstantiated claim is either inaccurate or taken out of context. Thank you.
Superintendent Raymond.
Thank you, President Cuneo. We're going to show a little video that accompanied my last letter out to staff today. But before we do, as we're getting set up, I do want to just report that I had the privilege of attending 9 of our high school graduations in the past week and a half. I have a bad back to prove it. They were quite extraordinary, and it was amazing to see the work that's been accomplished by our students, the way they are prepared for both colleges and careers. And I wanted to, of course, thank our hardworking staff, our parents, and our community, because it clearly is a team effort in order to get our young people prepared. They exhibited tremendous perseverance. My message to them was about courage, that courage comes in many forms. I shared with them my own story, the story of being from my hometown, Boston, Massachusetts. I relayed the story of the marathon that occurs every spring, and about my own involvement as a young child, and later as someone who could run that marathon and complete it 4 times. And then about the events, of course, that happened this past spring, which I think gave all of us a sense of great pride for the courage that people exhibited in coming to the aid of those that were injured by that horrific terrorist act. So I encouraged them and reminded them that courage does come in many forms, and that a lot of it's about being selfless, about persevering, and about believing in themselves and their own interests. So with that, are we ready, Ms. Ferguson? This highlights the tremendous year we've had and all that we've accomplished, thanks to the dedicated men and women who work in Sacramento. for so many of our young people when they get into high school, it seems they blink an eye and they're graduating. And so I wanted to remind them that life really isn't a sprint, that it's more like a marathon, hence my own story, and that they should make sure that in this marathon that they're making the best decisions that they can, that the decisions they make today and tomorrow impact their lives, and that they have an opportunity to really pursue their own interests and to follow their dreams, and that it's important that they be as prepared as they can and live their lives as purposefully as possible. So that was mostly my message to them, and it was a great couple weeks to be able to see them and to share in what's been a very exciting moment for them as they take this next chapter and as we help pass the torch to our next generation of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Regarding my report, yes, I can go first, right? Thank you. Do you mind? You know, I too, like the superintendent, I only attended one graduation. It was at Hiram Johnson. It was for Hiram Johnson. It wasn't at Hiram Johnson. It was at the center downtown. I'm blanking on the name right now. But, you know, it's probably one of the more, I think it's the most humbling experience you can have as a board member when you, first of all, you get to shake 300 sweaty hands of 17, 18, and 19-year-olds. But, you know, it's the one moment where I actually never lose focus when I'm kind of participating as a board member. Just to see every single face that comes up to you, and just the joy. And, you know, I think we had at least 4 kids who did the Tebow, which I couldn't believe the Tebow came to Hiram Johnson. That's what I was thinking the whole time. I mean, we've got an act that was started by a Southern evangelical football player, and we've got Hiram Johnson kids walking across the stage doing it. So, but just the raw enthusiasm and just knowing the sacrifices that those kids made in their lives and the hard work and dedication that they brought to just walk across that stage and receive the diploma, and just the pride that they had, and that it makes, you know, just to be able to say you're a part of that, and to know that, you know, that just to celebrate those kids is what was just awe-inspiring for me. But I, of course, would be remiss if I wasn't looking forward and trying to get this district to do things better. I think we are doing things better. I think our graduation rates are rising, as Mr. Visaya was able to point out today, which I was heartened to see at Capital City. But it's going on across the entirety of our district over the last few years. I think there's a couple things that we can do better. I had also the honor to go to a Link Learning conference probably a month ago, I'd say. And it really renewed my dedication to Link Learning and the pathways and the experiential learning combined with the academic setting as the kind of quintessential model to grow our high school graduation rates, to ensure that kids receive the necessary skills to be successful in both life and college. Link Learning is a wonderful programmatic way to learn and way to do things. And I'm very supportive, and I've been very supportive of the expansion of Link Learning in our district, principally, or foremost, the Law Academy that was started in McClatchy. And I look forward to, you know, continued discussions and continued growth of that program at the high school level. I think Rosemont has been starting, has at least 2 or 3 now, and could use some more and some dedication to that kind of way of education. And the second issue that I think is vitally important, I know has been an issue of concern in our district, is just the graduation requirements. And we've had discussions about trying to kind of elevate the graduation requirements to encapsulate and inculcate a view that we hold our kids in high regard, that we believe that when we challenge them, that they meet that challenge, and that if we can make sure that we have a rigorous graduation requirements, we can ensure that they're more prepared for college and life when they get out of our schools and our high schools. So I know that the discussion has stopped and started and fits, and I hope to see it continue. I think that, if I can inartfully say it, I think adult issues and concerns are getting in the way of what's best for kids on this certain issue. I think that I understand that adults have concerns about elevating the graduation requirements and what it means to kind of their professional career and their profession. But I think we underestimate the kids in our district if we don't set a high bar for their achievement and give them the possibility to do so. And just very shortly, I had the opportunity to stop by David Lubin, which is one of the elementary schools in my area, and say goodbye to Lynn Soto. She's the principal at David Lubin, has been with the district for approximately 13 years, and like Ms. Purcell, retired today. She was an incredible principal. David Lubin is a very challenging elementary school that brings together kids from a number of different socioeconomic areas, and she has done a great job in regard to her literacy program, and that school and those kids were better off for her, so I wish her well in the future. And now we have public comment.
Leo Bennett Koshan.
Leo Bennett Koshan. There's so much in common that we could agree on. We all want our students to do better. We all want to see them as they graduate and feel proud as they move into their future. We want them to be linked, but not just to the 2 C's of college and career, but to 3 C's, college, career, and citizenship. That's why I'm here. That's why there's a faithful remnant here. And citizenship requires that the president dialogue with us. I've asked you, as somebody who knows about restorative justice, to try to explain the comments about the lawsuit. I would also ask you to explain why CB Wire, with only a $20,000 deficit through only one revenue stream, is considered a model that's educationally inefficient and fiscally unsustainable. You work as a compassionate and intelligent public defender in the juvenile court system. I've spent decades with folks that are on the homeless side of this spectrum, many who have been in and out of the juvenile service spectrum. And I know that public schools, small neighborhood public schools like the one we're closing, CB Wire with its history, makes an enormous difference. I know the research says that there will be at least one young student who will be affected by this closure, who will lose the critical mentor, the critical resiliency variable, and will go down the wrong road, will not cross that stage. Why are we taking this risk? Why can't we at least have one more discussion and see if 4 people want to continue to drive us in this direction? That's my question to you, sir.
We have 11.5 student board member Yi.
Thank you, President Cuneo.
Is this your last one?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is my last board report. Yeah. There's no need to announce that today is the last day of school, a day that many students look forward to, as it also marks the first day of summer vacation. But although classroom instruction has ended for the school year, learning never does. Last year, I had the opportunity to take part in Summer at City Hall, a wonderful and productive way to spend my almost 3 months of break. Summer programs like these promote continuous learning and prevent the lapse of learning that is summer slide. I'm overjoyed to see that summer learning opportunities are expanding and are being offered district-wide, as I'm confident that students will take full advantage of these resources. If I was a SCUSD student for another year, I would surely take any chance to participate in summer learning programs once again. The great thing about SCUSD is that there are so many students with completely different but nonetheless amazing talents. There are people who are photographers, dancers, singers, and athletes. There are others who aspire to go into international relations, become doctors, entrepreneurs, teachers, and the list goes on. These are the people that never cease to inspire me to do better and to find the joys beyond being buried by textbooks. But besides personal aspirations to foster growth of these goals, it is also the teachers and administrators, like some that we have in this district, that make it possible for SUSD to create lifelong learners and college and career-ready individuals to step into the competitive world ready for success. Going to school within this district for 12 years has prepared me better than I could have ever imagined, and I found that I already have a stronger start in college than many of my fellow counterparts. I hope for all the students who will graduate next year and many years after that they will feel the same confidence that I do right now as I enter a brand new realm beyond the comfort of Sacramento. However, I can't leave my position here without bringing to the attention of the board something very dear to my heart that still continues to concern me. Last year, on January 19, 2012, my fellow West Campus classmate Michelle Marigi was killed after being struck by a car near the intersection of 58th Street and Fruit Ridge Road. To quote West Campus student Vanessa Hernandez, this intersection is 2 blocks south of West Campus High School and Mark Twain Elementary School. As the high school has no operating school bus system, many students walk or take the city bus to class, which means that they must cross the intersection to get to school. The intersection spans 4 lanes of traffic coming from both directions and going at an average speed of 40 to 50 miles per hour. The only safety net is a set of white dashed lines painted on the ground. There are no traffic lights, stop signs, or pedestrian medians, despite the amount of foot traffic before and after school. To top it all off, the frequency of bus stops on Fruit Ridge results in poor visibility for drivers, making the intersection of 58th and Fruit Ridge a perfect storm for disaster. Over the past month, I've received an outpour of emails regarding the issue, showing that this is not only a concern of the students, but the entire community. But with continued concern, this shows that very little has been done to correct this problem. Many West Campus and Mark Twain students know firsthand the dangers present due to having such an unprotected crosswalk in the middle of a high-traffic street. It was hard enough to experience the impact of this incident, especially because it happened to a student and a dear friend of mine, but also because the West Campus graduating class could not walk the stage alongside Michelle, a fellow warrior. I asked the board to reassure the community that this crosswalk will be safe for students by helping to install a traffic light at the intersection of 58th Street and Fruit Ridge Road. I want to end my last board report on this note. Every meeting, I try to express my gratitude for having the position I've been given. This was never easy for me, and there were times throughout the year where I questioned my abilities. The institution that is SUSD does its best to prepare all its students with the life skills to have the opportunity to stand up, ask questions, be critical, and create our own perspective. If I could take away one thing from my time here, it would be that education is an excellent tool if used properly. But instead of worrying about getting good grades, I should focus more on being surrounded by the people who never gave up on me when I was ready to give up on myself. I want to thank everyone who has ever supported me in any way, especially this past school year, as I know I wouldn't be headed towards bigger and better things without you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 11.6 information sharing by board members. We have Vice President Wu.
First of all, I want to thank Katrina and wish her well in her future, and particularly at is it UCLA? She'll be attending UCLA, so congratulations for her. I like the superintendent attended. I didn't quite attend 9 graduation commencement ceremonies, but I attended 5, and it always with each and every hand that I shook, each and every commencement speech that I made, I know why I'm up here and why I do the things that we all do and we struggle with on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis. And so it's gratifying to see the end product for those students and then wish well another crop of children who come in the fall. And I just have to say that in preparing my commencement speech for Kennedy, I was reminded of myself that I graduated from Kennedy 43 and a half years ago, well before many of the parents of the students that I was shaking hands with were even born. Thank you.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Vice President Wu. I'm sorry I had to take a moment there. Well, I've been a busy board member in the past couple of weeks. It's amazing how all of the stuff that I'm going to talk to you about has happened within such a short time frame, and weekends and some evenings. So first of all, I do want to talk about the graduation ceremonies that I attended, and I'm going to thank Ms. Roberts and also the superintendent for being at the graduation ceremonies and for their wonderful speeches. And yes, the superintendent, if you were not there, you missed a really good speech by our superintendent. And that's the superintendent that I know and that I first got to know was a man who speaks from the heart. And that really was one of your best works that I've seen in the last year. So thank you very much for sharing with us on that. But I think that the other thing I kept thinking about, and I know I told Ms. Roberts this at the Cap City or the Capital City graduation, I turned and I told her after we were done, I said, I'm the luckiest school board member because I get to be the board member for Capital City. And, because that's where you see true hard work and excellence and a strive to go to the next level. And there was a young lady who had overcome so much in her life and who yet said, I'm going to continue. And she will. You just know she will. So, but the superintendent and I got to witness a wonderful and motivating speech. I almost felt like I was at church and I had to stand up and just praise this man because he was just so motivating with his student farewell address. And I hope somebody took a video of that and posted on YouTube because that was probably one of the best I've ever seen by such a young student. He indeed is a special person. So that's for the graduation side. Then I had attended the C.P. Huntington and Mark Hopkins celebrations the last couple of weeks. I also through an event that was marvelously coordinated by Mr. Jim Gonzalez and Mrs. Maria Morales and our of the Cien Amigos group, and the ambassador Carlos Gonzalez Gutierrez, and also with collaboration with the Sacramento Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We had the wonderful pleasure of 24 of us delegates meeting diplomats and other key government officials from Jalisco, Mexico. We learned about commerce, culture, and most importantly, education priorities of Jalisco. These are important because it's been determined, it's actually been researched that 30% of our immigrant population hails from the state of Jalisco. And so if we are not working in collaboration with the state and our students here are from that state, then, our English language development population is still going to be continuing to struggle when they come here. So I think it's really important. I look forward to having a meeting with the superintendent and our ambassador, Carlos Gonzalez Gutierrez, to talk about these meetings that I had and look for ways in which we can work toward maybe even establishing a memorandum of understanding between the state of Jalisco and Sac City Unified so we can start working together, English immersion classes, whatever it may be. But we have to look at sharing our best practices with the state. The other thing is I was invited by the Hmong community to listen and learn about concerns of the federal law enforcement's activities that are going on in the Susan B. Anthony School area, which is the Detroit Boulevard. They had a lot of concerns, and they invited some of the officials from the federal government, Attorney General's office. So it was very interesting. It was an eye-opening experience, and I thank them for inviting me to that event and to have a brief moment to talk about the importance of education and how communities can turn and be anchored in education toward the positive. I also went and celebrated with Mr. Steve Lai, who is a recent elected board member for the Elk Grove Unified School District. I was honored to be invited there, as well as my board colleague, Vice President Daryl Wu. It was well attended by many of the great leaders in the Hmong community. And, you know, as I said, and myself and Mr. Wu and other elected officials were there as well. There was something that I'm not sure if everybody knows about, but there's an International Kids Day. It happens every year. And I was very much honored again to be invited to that. I took my own children. And this is where we get an opportunity to see the showcase of talent in Sacramento with all of our children in the region. You know that some of these kids are our kids in Sac City Unified. It was just a wonderful international display of dances, gymnastics, and food and culture and art. So I encourage everyone the next time that this comes up, please attend it. And also, one of the things that was another eye-opening event for me is I attended a Dolores Huerta event where Dolores Huerta herself was there, being honored. There was an honor bestowed upon her. Even more so, Governor Brown made a special appearance to this event and had a lot of kind words to say about Dolores Huerta's activity in the past years and how she's stood up for a community, for rights. And one of her current issues that she's working toward bringing awareness of Latino student pushouts in not only in California but throughout the nation. Seems to be a trend that's going on, and she's being vocal about that. And lastly, we had, or again, I had another wonderful opportunity to again review scholarship applications over this last weekend for the Cien Amigos Ima Beca scholarship program. It's a collaborative program from the Mexican government and from the Cien Amigos and the Mexican Cultural Center of Northern California. We raise money for these scholarships, and we provide them to the Consul General's 22 area district cover or county coverage. And so I want to provide at this time a special thanks to our superintendent for helping us get the word out for this year's application solicitations. I think, Mr. Superintendent, with your help, we actually had an increase in our applications that came in this year. I'm not sure how many of them came from Sac City Unified because they were a blind revision this time, but I really, really want to thank you. It was one of our exciting highlights that we actually had an increase, so thank you for getting the word out to other superintendents and helping us with that. So, and just a little bit about the scholarship program. We do provide a $300 scholarship to high school juniors, which helps them either pay for application fees, pay for gas money to go visit a college, or pay for SAT prep. And we also give out a $1,000 scholarship to college-going students or students that are currently in college. And so I thank you this evening for your time. And I thank Ms. Katrina Yee for being our board member for the past year. Thank you again for being vigilant about Michelle Mugudi and her parents. I wish them well. They're always in my thoughts, and I do see those emails, and I have responded to a few of them. And you let me know what I need to do to help out with that as well. And you let whoever it is that's still going to pick up that responsibility, you let them know that I'm here for them as well. Thank you.
Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Cunyo. I too have been very busy, I think, as all of us. This was my first go around with high school graduations as a elected board member trustee. And it was quite an experience for me. I attended the high school graduation at Rosemont High School. I am very thankful that it was not on the hottest day of the year and that nobody was taking off in ambulances. The experience of looking at each of our students in the eye and shaking their hand was just really touched my heart. I was also attended the George Washington Carver high school graduation at the Crest Theater. That was last night. They had a graduation class of 40. They are a Waldorf Academy there. And those students are just so very talented. And their promotion ceremony that they put on was very unique. I encourage you, if you've never attended this type of graduation ceremony, you should. I'll share quickly with you one of my during the commencement speech that I was able to give at the high schools, and I'd just like to share with you parents because it kind of meant something to me deep down inside. Was Assemblymember Ken Cooley gave me a Christmas card shortly after I was elected to office, and inside the Christmas card was a quote that was attributed to John Wesley, and the quote reads, it's quick, I promise. Do all the good things, or do all the good you can, by all the means you can, in all the ways you can, in all the places you can, at all the times you can, to all the people you can, as long as you can. And I think we should all kind of live by that quote. I also attended the end of the year barbecue at James Marshall. That was a lot of fun. They had human board games and a smoothie machine that was ran by a bicycle, and I got to watch the principal, Ms. Van Lanningham, make me a smoothie. Let's see. Also at George Washington Carver, they were given a community service award a couple weeks ago from the court system. They had a big presentation. I thank you, Board Member Wu, for taking my spot at the beginning there because I was running a little bit late. But I was able to check out their campus and speak with their students, and I was just amazed at the work that they have done, especially in the community. I gave scholarships at Rosemont High School. Our PTSA that I'm part of there was able to give 5 scholarships this year, which is the most that we've ever been able to do to graduating seniors. And I also was able to present a scholarship from the Carpenters Union Local 46. One last, in closing, I just kind of wanted to talk about graduation rates. And I know that Mr. Messiah, he was talking about the graduation rates, and I don't think that they've actually been released. Is that right? Okay. But once those graduation rate, once they are released, what I would like to see is that each of us board members go and participate at our high schools and have like a sit-down session along with our area superintendents and maybe find out the trend of those that are not graduating. Maybe there's one thing at that school that's just not working that we can maybe change over. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. I attended Einstein Middle School this morning. How could I forget? At their promotion ceremony, and they had a fairly large class at the Rosemont High School gymnasium, which was kind of neat because they're coming into high school and they got to have their graduation ceremony there. That's all I have.
Board Member Hanson.
Well, I guess I will continue on mostly in the same vein, but do a shout out to Maria for bringing up the Tale of Two Cities. I always like her books that she brings up, and that's a good analogy for service here on the board. You know, it's the best of times and the worst of times. So best of times, obviously, the high school graduations. It's a great opportunity to be able to do that and shake the hands of the students, meet teachers and the parents, and see the joy of them all have gone through the school is really remarkable. and reminds me, why this is such a great opportunity and a privilege to serve here and to be associated with the school district. There's so many good things that it obviously does when you see, 550 people march across the stage at McClatchy, or today we had about 65 graduates at the Met High School, and listening to the students and the valedictorians and salutatorians give their speeches and meet the parents. It's really, really wonderful. Tomorrow we're doing something really fun for Latata Floyd and William Land Elementary School. Have been invited for free to come to the opening of the Southside Pool. It's going to be open 7 days a week this entire summer, which is a wonderful thing, and we're working to try to make that available to all the students who live in that area. It'll be a hot summer, and it's great to be able to go to the pool. And I'm sure there are a bunch of other fun things that I've done over the last couple of weeks that kind of just slipped my mind because I'm spending half my time working on different school projects, which was really a lot of fun. But then the worst of times, I read about a lawsuit, and I read the lawsuit, and I have it in front of me. And I wonder if the people who put their names on it read the lawsuit. Because if you did, you might understand how someone like myself or some of the other people might feel. And on page 2, it says, the selection of these 7 schools for closure was motivated by an intent to discriminate against the minority populations. On another page, it says, plaintiffs are informed and believe that the current school closure plan is a subterfuge, deliberately intending to close schools as a means of being repurposed and utilized as private charter schools within the district. On another page, it says the various justifications for the selection of the schools to be closed are fallacious, false, pretextual, designed to conceal the true motive and intent behind the selection of these particular schools for closure, i.e., the intent to discriminate against poor minority communities and their children. And when you wonder why you might have a quote that says baseless and unsubstantiated, that's why. And you turn the page and you read again, defendants chose the option that was motivated by a racially discriminatory intent and purpose, baseless and unsubstantiated. I don't have to go through too much more of this to keep finding that in there. To be called the actions basically a racist, you decide for yourselves whether that's baseless and unsubstantiated. And then I go to the close of this lawsuit, and the last 3 things that it asks for are to award compensatory, general, and special damages, money, to award exemplary damages, money, to award reasonable attorney fees, money. Is that what this is about? I don't think so, but I know there are a lot of people that suffered with school closures, and it's not anything that anyone made that decision lightly. But that lawsuit is clearly way off base. So I would encourage the people who put their names on that to pull your names off of that and to ask the lawyer to take your name off of that, because I can't believe you really believe that. Additionally, this will cost several thousands of dollars. It already has, and it will continue to cost more. And you're taking that away from other students in this district. I don't think that's what the intention was either. So it was the best of times and it was the worst of times. I prefer to focus on the best of times and for us to work together and do things positively than to have to be, in this situation. So I felt like I had to say that, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Item 12.0, strategic plan and other initiatives. Item 12.1, school closure transition update. It's an information item. Kua Franz, Stacy Bell, Susan Holsey. It's a 15-minute presentation with a 20-minute discussion.
Good evening, Board President Cuneo, members of the board, and Superintendent Raymond. I am Kua Franz, and as I wait for all the other team to show up here, I'm the Chief of Staff, and I'm here tonight to give the board an update on our school closure transitions. I have with me tonight a portion of our district transition team. I have Jess Cerna, our Chief of Human Resource, Sue Holsley, our transition team lead administrator, Kathy Allen, our Assistant Superintendent of CAMS, Chuck Earns, Director of Distribution Services, and Stacy Bell, our Director of Youth Development. Before I begin, I just want to once again read our commitment to our community during this process. We are committed to making sure our students and families are taken care of during this transition. We will work with our parents and partners to provide families all the support they require during this process. We will be addressing individual needs of each student and family, and we will communicate consistently and regularly with families throughout the process. Again, our transition structure, we have in their structure 3 transitions team working together. Our school site transition teams are comprised of both our closing sites and our receiving sites, and their communities, their parents, their staff working together. Our district level team consists of cross-functionally and teams of different department heads as well as our chiefs. And then our community stakeholder teams, which advises us during this process, consists of community partners, community-based organizations, parents within our districts, and other staff and stakeholders. In this process, in our transition plan, we identified 4 phases in completing this transition. The first phase was really looking at student placement. The second phase was coming up with all the multiple plans that would need to address this transition. The third phase was looking at blending communities and addressing the social emotional climate. Our fourth phase was to build and sustain a great school climate as we proceed through the coming years. Now, within our transition phases, we also had short-term goals and mid-term goals and long-term goals as listed here in this slide. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Sue, and she's going to go into more depth around each of our progress in each of the different phases in our transition team.
Thank you, Kua. Good evening, President Cuneo, board members, Superintendent Raymond. As Kua mentioned, one of our phases the first phase actually in the transition plan was student placement, and it is one of the most important components of the plan itself. I just want to take you through just a brief history. Once the decision was made to close the 7 schools, each of those students were reassigned to new sites by their residents. Once the parents were informed of that, then they had the option of either to accept that decision or go through an open enrollment lottery process. That was held in April, and as I've reported in the past, 99% of those students who requested open enrollment placements were accepted. There were very few students on the waiting list, but the second step in that process, that open enrollment process, was actually the registration process. And that registration window was held between May 13th and May 24th. We extended, we actually moved the registration process to the closing school sites as an effort to give families the opportunity to submit their paperwork and documents there at their school site as a matter of convenience, or they could turn their paperwork in here at Cerna Center. Once that window was closed, then we looked at the number of students who actually had registered at their open enrollment choice school. Initially, we saw a 60% registration rate, and that registration is actually a confirmation of their placement at the new school site. There were obviously several families, many families, 40%, who hadn't registered, and we went back, looped back with those families, made personal phone calls with the help of the Parent Resource Center and our Mock Center to really understand why they didn't follow through with the registration process. And we found that some were a little confused with the process because it was the first time that they had actually accessed open enrollment. Some were unsure. And with that additional outreach, we moved that 60% registration rate up to 80%. So we have 80% of the students now confirmed for their open enrollment placements. The remaining 20% chose not to register because we actually took those registrations beyond the window because we wanted to accommodate and reach out to those families. Some declined the placement, and others have selected the intra-permit process to attend a school of their choice. Again, we did do extended outreach to make sure that we covered all the families. In the meantime, there was an interest in having every student know their actual designated placement within the district, and we did 100% confirmation with those families through phone calls, through confirmation notices that parents had to sign, students return, additional mailings, and whatever means possible we could to connect with families, and we did have 100% confirmation rate with every family affected by the school closure. Our next steps in this process are to review the inter-district permit requests, and that generally occurs in August. We also will look at approval of those inter-district permits as space and capacity allows, and in addition, review enrollments again and adjust staff as necessary. I would like to say there are inter-district permits that are being gathered at the enrollment center currently. And again, we know that there are some parents who want to access that process. Our interest is to make sure those families are taken care of throughout the process. So we do intend to move forward with that. I do want to call your attention before I move on to a document that you were provided. It's the right sizing enrollment amended form that you have as part of your packet. It should be at the back side of your PowerPoint. And these are just some enrollment numbers, a snapshot in time that we wanted to provide you. And my reference to the open enrollment registrations is actually the second column on this document. And that was at the 60% level. So this was before the outreach occurred. And so these numbers would obviously change as a result of the outreach that was done. With that, we look at our staffing process. So I'd like to turn it over to Just Cerna to talk a little bit about our certificated staff.
Good evening, President Cunha, members of the board, Superintendent Raymond. The slide that you have in front of you focuses on staffing as it relates to teachers that were impacted by school closure. But just to place this into context, as you recall, in your last board meeting in February, this board approved the resolution for the reduction of particular kinds of services, or the PKS, or that are often referred to as the layoff list. This PKS that this board approved included administrators that were impacted as a result of school closure and classified employees who were also impacted by school closure. Teachers were not part of that PKS as a result of school closure. Those teachers would simply be moved to different sites based on enrollment of students. Once the board approved the PKS and approved the resolution to close schools, the district leadership engaged in conversations with our labor partners, specifically leaders from the Sacramento City Teachers Association. One of the interests that we heard during our community meetings was that teachers be able to move where students were moving to those receiving schools. That would have been a deviation from the collective bargaining agreement that lays out what's commonly referred to as surplusing. Surplusing occurs every year in this district and any other district, in which adjustments are made based on changes in enrollment and generally changes to master schedules at the secondary level, where teachers need to move based on those changes. We entered then into an agreement with SCTA that allowed teachers through the surplusing process to move with their students to their receiving schools. And again, I want to commend the leadership from SCTA in reaching this MOU that allowed that. And again, to meet the needs and the interests of parents and to meet the interests of students and staff. That MOU created two options. Option one was that a teacher who wanted to surplus from a closing school to a receiving school could do that through that process. On the slide, that's noted in those 20 teachers who opted to exercise their surplusing to option one. That number may appear to be a bit small, recognizing that 3 of those receiving schools are priority schools, and the surplusing is not an option for those teachers. As you know, priority schools, that process includes the application, interview by the principal, and selection by the principal. Teachers who chose not to move through option one to go where their students were going then were placed into general surplus pool. That occurred during the week of May 23rd through June 5th. As a result of that process, 44 teachers were placed through that general surplus process. We still have 14 teachers as a result of teachers impacted through school closure that still need to have a placement, and that will occur between now and before the beginning of the next school year. A couple of other items not listed on this slide include, as you know, principals were also impacted through school closure. I'm pleased to announce that every administrator that was impacted through school closure now has an administrative assignment. Again, this was through very collaborative work between the United Professional Educators Association, specifically Grave Thomas and Dennis Peterson, that we worked together to ensure that those staff would be placed. Lastly, our classified staff that were impacted by school closure. Cabinet took a very strategic move early in February to start holding back the filling of vacant positions as they occurred throughout the year in order to mitigate the impact on our classified members so that we would have a spot for those classified members to land. Again, we work very closely with our classified labor partners at SEIU, and again, I commend that group for working with us very closely. We held workshops for those employees in terms of helping them prepare for interviews, filling out resumes, those kinds of activities that we think that were very beneficial to our classified staff. Again, lastly, I want to commend our labor partners that have worked very closely with us to ensure that we are transitioning our staff from those closed schools to those receiving schools. I think I now turn this over to Chuck Ernst, who's our Director of Transportation, to give you some information regarding transportation.
Good evening, President Cunha, Superintendent Raymond, board members, and staff. Just kind of bring you up to date from the last time I came here and updated the board on transportation. We've spent some time developing and polishing routes. Then we made packages, route packages for all the closing and receiving sites, and I went out last week and met with the office managers and some of the principals to give them this information, sat down with them and talked with them about the transportation plan. Basically what we've done, and it's kind of out of order here, but gave them the routes and stops that we've developed in a color-coded map that goes along with these routes. Tried to make it as simple as possible. Basically, if you live in this particular area, it'd be a green area or a yellow area, a blue area, they're eligible for transportation. So we gave them the color-coded maps, the routes, a list of frequently asked questions that's been translated into several different languages: Russian, Hmong, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Spanish, and English. So there's several frequently asked questions on there that were given to the school sites as well. Along with that, we gave them the severe safety hazard form. For instance, if a family is walking to school or walking to a bus stop or something like that, and they notice that there is a severe safety hazard, if there's railroad tracks that's splitting them up or something like that that we didn't catch, they're able to fill out this form, submit it back to the district or the transportation committee. Will take a look at it and make the appropriate recommendations of anything we can do to maybe another agency. We gave them also a copy of the updated transportation safety plan that's required by Ed Code. Also this year, we're really going to try to push for our ridership applications. So students ride the buses, the drivers are going to be giving them a ridership application. That was also translated into several different languages. They're going to turn that back into the driver. We're going to try to keep very appropriate files on who's riding our buses. Finally, the transportation hotline flyer. The transportation hotline flyer, we initiated the hotline about a year and a half ago. It's been pretty successful. It's updated twice a day at least, sometimes 3 times a day. And that flyer has also been translated in several different languages for staff and families to take advantage of. So, as we develop the routes, we've taken routes that some of these schools have used before in the past, bus stops, and we've taken the stops that they've been approved a long time ago. We just resurrected them. Some of the school sites we made new bus stops for them, and anything that was be out of the ordinary or anything like that, we would ask CHP to come and approve. But nothing right now that CHP really needs to approve for some of these bus stops. We've also included a 20 to 30 minute bell schedule, or a 20 to 30 minute drop-off time early in the morning before bell schedule to take advantage of the breakfast program. And the information provided to the sites that we gave them this week for distribution to families prior to June 13th. That was the goal for last week, to try to get all this information to the school sites so they can distribute it to families or post it. Some school sites were putting it in backpacks, things like that, so everybody can have a different way of notifying everybody. That way, and then in the middle of the summer when everything's rolled up, students, we have the exact students going to which schools. I'm going to be working with communications on developing a ConnectEd to go out to the families that are going to be affected, just to remind them of transportation. So this is an example here. Harkness School, they only had the one bus, called the Blue Route. Some of the kindergarten schedules probably won't be developed until we get that information in our hands this summer. But the basic routes are like that. Along with that is a map for this particular school, for Harkness School. This is the shaded area, the Blue Route, and there are 2 bus stops identified. So you're going to have the map, and you'll have the route actually. And this will also be on our website. We're developing the links. We're developing the links for these. So each closing school or receiving school, you can click on the link. You'll be able to click on the link as soon as we get it up and running live, and see the same information that you're seeing right here. So just some more examples. Hollywood Park, foreclosure CP Huntington, Oak Ridge School. Some maps there. I can just kind of thumb through those. All these are also in the back of the room too. If anybody cares to take a look at them, they're in 2 binders back there. But it also identifies exactly where the bus stops are, which we're trying to make that safe as possible, so they can see exactly where the bus stop is. There's an address that goes exactly where. There's an address that goes with the bus stop. Our transportation plan next steps: coordinate special education routes in August, coordinate NCLB and concapping students in September, probably run into October probably also. Providing online access to all ridership information on the transportation website, which I just described, and ongoing communication with Summer with Family Resource Center support, and beginning transportation services on September 3rd. monitor and adjust routes based upon actual ridership also, which we've discussed a little bit before in the past. So if we see the ridership fluctuate because of new enrollees or whatever the case may be, we'll be able to adjust the bus routes also. And that's for Stacy. I'd like to introduce Stacy Bell.
Thank you. Board President Cuneo, Superintendent Raymond, and members of the board, good evening. I'm going to give you an update on after school as promised. We said we would come back as soon as we had some more information to give you. So just to reiterate, as early as the community meetings, it became very apparent that after school programs were really important to families and students in our district. So our office has been diligent to do everything we can to walk through this process with our families. We held focus groups with after-school program managers, parents, and community partners through the Community Partner Transition Committee so we could collect as much data as possible and develop a process that was fair and equitable for all families. We also addressed after-school at site-level transition team meetings, so both closing and receiving site families were kept in the loop. It was determined through focus groups that holding a lottery for after-school was the most equitable way of addressing the transition. But we also received a lot of feedback about the development and the details in that lottery process. We held parent information clinics at both closing and receiving sites and answered questions about the lottery process with all of our families. We determined that it did not make sense to have a lottery at Mark Hopkins Rosa Parks since we were blending different grade spans and almost all of the students from Mark Hopkins would be transitioning over to Rosa Parks, so we developed a different process for them to enroll. Information about the lottery was shared at transition team meetings, by principals through flyers, signage at the school site, ConnectEd messages, and personal contact with all families currently being served in after-school programs, both at closing and receiving sites. Lottery slips were accepted during the week of May 13th. We limited it to a week because we heard really clearly from families that they would like the results before school got out. We also needed to collect concrete data within a contained amount of time so that we could address the funding transfers that I'll discuss in a moment. Like I said, after a lot of feedback from the community, we developed what we think was the most equitable process, and I want to give you some details about this procedure. Most sites around the district enroll students on a first-come, first-served basis into after-school programs and don't notify their families until either the back-to-school orientation or the first day of school. Some sites, however, grandfather students in from year to year. For the purposes of equity, no grandfathering of students was allowed during this process for closing and receiving sites. We ran the lottery at each school site and then created a blended list based on the projected percentage of students coming from the closing to the receiving site. After the lottery was completed, just based on, before we even did any additional funding development, approximately 81% of students received placement. We enrolled students as a family group, so if there were multiple siblings, they were all enrolled together. We also called every single family and provided those families who did not get in that initial lottery additional resources for after-school programming in their communities, and let all families know that we were working to build capacity for additional students at each site. Last time I came before the board, I mentioned the school site substitution forms. Now we have concrete data. Those forms have been completed. We are asking the California Department of Education to transfer $426,000, $111,000 of after-school funds to those receiving sites. This slide shows you the waiting list numbers. As you can see on the column on the right-hand side, the first 7 receiving sites have no students on the waiting list. We've worked with collaborative partners, including City Year, as well as identified school site-based funding to serve all of the impacted students. The next 2 schools do have current waiting lists. Hollywood Park has 34 students, and Peter Purnett has 42. We anticipate transferring after-school funds through school site substitution forms to cover these students, and we'll be notifying families as soon as we have CDE approval within the next few weeks. The last two schools also have waiting lists. Warren has 59 students, and Theodore Judah has 71. We're looking at other funding to serve these sites and anticipate being able to serve all of these students as well. We also anticipate being able to serve all of the students at Rosa Parks thanks to our partnership with City Year. I want to talk briefly about next steps. We continue to accept applications for after-school programs year-round. So even if families did not get in through the after-school lottery, they can continue to enroll in after-school. And we will enroll those families as space allows on a first-come, first-served basis, and then create a new waiting list with those new families. We are gearing up for Summer Matters next week, which is another opportunity to work on blending activities in our community. And we're going to continue to work with our after-school program providers regarding a plan to expand their program to serve all students. Of course, we'll have ongoing communication and a feedback loop with our parents and our community, and we'll continue to work with our Community Partners Advisory Committee regarding evaluation of our process. Before I go, I just want to thank all of our family and community engagement staff, especially our parent engagement and our youth development staff, who made personal phone calls to hundreds of families and really walked a lot of our families through this process, and we really appreciate them. I'm now going to turn it over to Kathy Allen, who's going to talk about facilities.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening, President Cuneo and members of the board, Superintendent Raymond. We're waiting here to switch slides. So what I would like to share with you tonight is the progress that we've made to date on the improvements planned specifically at the receiving school sites. Each site principal was consulted to determine what their needs would be to accommodate the influx of students from the neighboring closing sites. And then from these discussions, a rather large list was developed. At the same time, we were meeting with site administrators from both closing and receiving school sites. It's not the right slide, but we'll get there. To determine what each would need in the areas of packing and moving, cleaning, basically planning to ensure that the process went smoothly and that all things arrived at their final destination in an organized manner. We spent a bit of time really focusing on the scope of the work and realized quite early that most of the work requested by sites or identified by other district staff fell more into the category of maintenance. So, of course, bond money cannot be used for regular routine maintenance activities, so we had to ensure that projects were properly allocated and funded to pay for the work identified as maintenance only. This includes the cleaning and moving expenses. So the other source of funding is our current bond, primarily in this case, Measure Q. So this exercise resulted in two separate lists with distinct funding allocations. This list was then put back together, and the work was packaged by geographical areas due to the time constraints over the summer, the amount of work to be done, and literally the time it takes to get from one end of the district to the other. By far, the vast majority of the work planned is contained in the district's Sustainable Facilities Master Plan as part of the $2 billion identified in need. We are working with Cumming Corporation to assist us in the program management of these projects, again, due to the limited time frame and the realization that we would be literally touching every site. Cumming Corporation is intimately familiar with our district sites, as they were the cost estimator on the Sustainable Facilities Master Plan. So work has already begun, mostly in the form of ordering supplies and materials, plan submittals to the Division of State Architect, where necessary, civil engineering design work, and the packaging of the work into the 5 previously mentioned areas. So this work will be awarded to the district's pool of leaseback contractors, and their work will start next week. So some projects by their nature won't be complete by the start of school, but emphasis is being placed on having classrooms ready to receive kids in the fall. Our maintenance staff has stepped up as always and is already hard at work to make this transition as smooth as possible. So what follows here are some site maps showing the work to be done over the summer. The first map is Earl Warren. The area in red, and you'll see this consistently from slide to slide, identifies work that is planned campus-wide. And then other areas highlighted in different colors are identified projects that are site-specific, such as the redesign and of the drop-off and pickup area in the blue. I'll just kind of go through these very quickly. Again, this is Ethel Baker. So again, campus-wide improvements that you'll see, some specific site projects happening there. Again, Ethel Phillips, Keith Buchanan, Hollywood Park, Harkness, Oak Ridge, Pacific, Burnett, Rosa Parks. I did want to stop at Rosa Parks just for a bit and point out a few areas of interest here. We are modifying rooms in the H wing, specifically rooms 18 and 19, which you can see in pink. These are going to be modified and provide for a child development area and a new kindergarten area. And we're also modifying room I-25, which is also in pink and on the bottom of the map there. This is one large room right now that we will be splitting into 2 rooms. So this work was identified as a cost-effective option to bring on new portable classrooms. So we're actually able to accommodate all students on this campus without adding any additional classrooms. We have the second floor of Rosa Parks, which I included because somebody might ask me where was the second floor. Again, same scope of work, campus-wide that you see in the red on the slide before that. Theodore Judah. And then I'll close with William Land, again, receiving similar work in the maintenance arena, but also some work in the parking lot and kitchen and cafeteria areas. I also want to point out that we've been able to accommodate all students coming from closing sites without adding any or moving any classroom portables. So as I mentioned earlier, we are accomplishing some of this by modifying some spaces on existing campuses to be utilized as classrooms. We will also work very closely with our special ed department on a site-by-site basis to ensure that everything gets moved and set up properly. As we do every year after the start of school, we will evaluate enrollment and capacity at all district sites and make plans accordingly for any future classroom additions, if necessary. And in closing this section of the presentation, I would like to add that the work being done is in addition to the regularly scheduled work at all district sites, primarily done by our maintenance department staff. So not only do we have our routine maintenance activities going on, but we have scheduled work under the deferred maintenance program. We have several projects under the Project Green and continue to work on the first projects identified as part of Measures Q and R. So obviously it's going to be a very busy summer. I believe that we will be happy with the results. So with that, I will turn it back over to Ms. Holsey.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Be slide number 32. There we go. Thank you. As you know, that we've been holding site transition team meetings since March, and they have been planning, exchanging ideas, talking about the sites in terms of the actual physical plant, but also the physical move of the students from one site to the other. Part of their work certainly was to organize and plan blending activities and legacy activities at each of the schools. And I've listed some of the types of activities that they engaged in. Walking tours, pen pal exchanges. They had several events where they were strictly for the students or for the adults and students also in the evening. Just to give you a flavor of what that looked like, I was out at a few of the activities, and just to walk through this was over at McKinley Park with the Theodore Judah and Washington students, and they had engaged and met their pen pals that they had been working with, and they had several different activities going on at the park, arts and crafts, playground games, and there were plenty of adults and parents in attendance as well. This was at Pacific Elementary School. They had a Star Carnival where they invited the students from CBY over. It was a walking field trip and a walking tour of the school, and all of the kids were able to participate in all the activities there at Pacific during their carnival. This was these are Mark Hopkins students over at Rosa Parks, and what they did also was a walking tour, and they took different grade levels on different days of the week, and they had different stations that the students would rotate through as an activity. One, of course, was meeting the office staff and knowing where the principal's office was, and then one group was also creating a quilt. That's what these students are doing, are creating a paper quilt to put together as a memory activity. These two students were part of that quilt making group, and it was they were quite cute. The little girl on the right convinced me that her partner there would never smile for me because he had lost his tooth, and I did get a grin out of him, so I was happy about that. This was one of the reading activities. The vice principal read to the group of students, again, another one of the stations that they cycled the kids through. So there was a very cute story she was reading about students attending, or not students, but attending a new school, and it happened to be the teacher as the main character. So the teacher was a little apprehensive about moving to a new school. So it was a very cute activity, a very cute story for the students to engage in there. And then this was the evening community event. We had some at Rosa Parks again, and these were the middle school students performing breakdancing for the families. There were over 300 families that had attended that evening event, and they had the Hmong dancers also in their native costumes. Moving on to our Community Partners Committee, I really have to say that this group really has really made a difference for us in this transition process. They generated the topics. We knew these were topics that were surfacing in the community as we began the transition, and they wanted to approach them in our meetings. So these were formal topics that we addressed at each of the meetings, and we talked about a lot of other things too. Of course, during the course of the meetings, you have the minutes, and you can see that there were good questions that were asked. One of the very positive things that came out of this group was the fact that they were empowered to make recommendations and help us view the transition process in a little different way. I think Stacy and I would both attest to the fact that when we brought a topic to the forefront in that meeting, our perspectives were expanded by the voices that they were representing in their communities. And they were very creative and very helpful in coming up with some solutions to questions that community members that we had, that we were wrestling with in terms of what was the best way to go forward. So I have listed just sampling of some of the recommendations that they came forward with. That is the FAQ that was sent out to each of the school sites, translated in different languages on the major questions that parents had at that point in time, and answers that we had for them. It was their suggestion about the routes and the corresponding color-coded maps, and the fact that we were going to also provide parent resource support throughout the summer. They also came up with the idea of the after-school resource list, to have it in one place so that if a parent or family member were on the waiting list for the after-school program, they would have an immediate resource as options that they might exercise in place of that until they receive their placement. In the future, they are interested in having a lessons learned activity, and also later on in September, a satisfaction survey where we can see whether parents really felt that they were taken care of throughout this process. So we'd be really looking forward to working with them and possibly crafting something in that regard. Again, I really need to commend their participation. They've been very active, and I think that was our intent from the formation of the committee. Challenges right now, we have essentially the formal move begins on Monday. Some movement and some activity will occur tomorrow, but essentially the bulk of the activity begins on Monday. We are going to have movers, cleaners, laborers, and our summer programs on the sites. And so it is a coordination of all those efforts. We are communicating well with each other. We're going to continue to communicate. They know each other's schedules, and we're going to work with and around each other to get the work done. So it is a challenge for everyone, but everyone's up to the task, and we're going to continue to communicate with our district transition committee throughout the summer to make sure that we are all on the same page as we go forward. Our next steps, like I just mentioned, Monday, June 17th, the on-site moving actually begins, and it will continue through the end of July. On July 1st, our receiving sites will begin the deep cleaning cycle, and we're hoping to finish about mid-August with that work. We are coming back to the board on July 18th to give you an update on the move. Also, we will include giving you information on the special ed programs that are moving and our child development programs that will be relocated. The first week before school begins, many of the schools are organizing welcoming activities for the new families that are coming to their school sites. We are also anticipating beginning our social emotional learning professional development to address those needs, those social emotional needs that occur through transition, but also will help people through the process and build that new culture and that new community at the receiving sites. As you well know, on September 3rd, it will be the first day back to school, and it is Sacramento Goes Back to School. That's the district-wide event. And we do anticipate an ongoing support for the receiving sites in this transition process, and the central office is committed to making that a smooth transition throughout the year for the families. With that, I will open it up to questions that you may have.
Sure we do. Do we have public comment?
We have 6 public comments. I'm going to read all 6. The comments are from Rudolph Jimenez, Lisa Romero, Leo Bennett Coshan, Jessica Arriaga, Grace Trujillo, and Arthur Aleman.
10:30. It's 10:30 when we have to make the motion.
Yeah, you want to do it now? Mr. President, I move that we continue the meeting till 11.
I'll second that. All in favor of continuing this meeting till 11 p.m., say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We will meet until 11. Do we have public comment? Floor is yours.
Good evening, President Cuneo and members of the board. My name is Lisa Romero. I'm the Vice President of the PTA at Joseph Bonheim. I come here tonight to ask you to put the Joseph Bonheim Charter back on the agenda, if it's not already on for the next meeting. I'd like to read a couple things. Horacio Sanchez, in his book, A Brain-Based Approach to Closing the Achievement Gap, suggested students learn best when they come to school and feel safe and welcome, and they feel that those at the school can help them learn. In our efforts to provide the best possible learning environment for our scholars, Joseph Bonheim will work with families to develop opportunities and partnerships to improve student learning. In addition, the steering committee parent partnerships include English Learner Advisory Committee, ELAC, School Site Council, home visits, volunteer opportunities, PTA, parent workshops, youth and family support services, parent-teacher conferences, student study team, family night activities, homeschool communication, and translation support will be provided as needed. It's come to my attention that the board maybe doesn't have a copy of the charter, and I'd like to just invite them to overlook the charter and look it over. There wasn't a public hearing to look at the charter, and the board did not get a chance to vote on it. And so I'm asking for that opportunity to be at the next board meeting. Also like to ask if it's possible to have discussion on the next board meeting to see if the charter can be done this year for the fall instead of waiting for a whole year so that our students wouldn't have to go into a transition. Our teachers have been trained, the charter has been written, we've been awaiting, and we're ready to go. And we need the board's opinion, and we'd like them to have that opportunity to discuss it and vote among themselves. And yes, we're here, we're doing it for the children, this is why we're here. And if I may take just a few seconds to talk to Mr. Hanson. I know how you feel about how you're reading the lawsuit, and I just wanted to respond for a minute about that. That I, as a parent, and many other parents, we felt the same way. And we're not taking it personal to the heart, but we are fighting for the children, and that's why we've filed the lawsuit. And hopefully it won't come to that. Hopefully we'll be able to settle things in other ways. And that's, what I'd like to say. And, I've been in the medical field for a lot of years, and I'm just going to say a quick quote that I've been told over the years when I first came out to this business. It's like running any business. If you can't stand the heat, then you need to get out of the kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Arthur Aleman, Joseph Bonheim School. I read what the ladies were reading up here. One thing I didn't hear anything about at the pickup points or drop-off points was the Megan's Law. There's a couple of best spots here on the pickup, especially at William Park. There's a real bad area right there. So, you should look into that, okay, before you get another lawsuit. Second of all, at Peter Burnett, there's going to be close to 700 students there. I went over there and visited the school myself, and I see no improvement on the restrooms, toilets. I know for the boys, I counted four toilets. Okay, I don't know. I'm sure the girls have the same amount. But really, that's all I had to say. And as far as Local 46, who said something about Local 46? Mrs. Pritchett? I retired from Local 46. Okay, and to respond to Mr. Hanson, I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Hanson. But like the lady said, we're fighting for our children. And if your school was closing, you will feel the same way. Don't take it personal, but I'm one of the plaintiffs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I could have the slide. Board of Trustees, especially Member Hanson, please do take this personal. As Board Member Rodriguez pointed out, there is something called structural racialization. It's the systemic production of racially disparate outcomes without requiring individual racism. This is your institution. These are all your protected skips. They're all white plurality schools. These are the ones that aren't protected. They're all minority plurality schools. Every school that's closed, I'll be happy to show you the data, is 10 percentage points higher than the district's poverty numbers. They're in the 90s, the district's poverty numbers at 67. Similar disparate outcome is seen if you compare district minorities with the minority at the target school. That's why people are claiming racism, because disparate outcomes shouldn't happen from an equitable process. The process was not equitable. It did not use any methodology that made sense. It used capacity. Capacity determined by how many portables were at a site. It's why you're closing Washington and shifting the kids to a bigger school, which is William Land. You're not having any fiscal reasons. You already see that. You approved spending $5 million more today instead of the $1 million that you saved for closing schools. There's all the social equity reasons. There's the environmental. You're now busing, burning fuel, climate change, when you have perfectly walkable schools. We've said over and over again, the vision needs to be children first. As was stated, we want students who are willing to stand up, ask questions, be critical. That's what I've tried to do. Put the charter thing on the agenda. Put the lawsuit into open session.
Our thought, please.
That would show us that you're not betraying us. I am here to do all that I can do any way I can. When civil discourse ends, people move to another end. This is a limited public forum. I think holding a sign quietly in the forum is part of my free speech right.
Do you want to think I should? Okay, next.
Good evening, board members. I'm President Cuneo. Grace Trujillo gave me her 2 minutes, so before. Thank you. I first wanted to address a comment made by Mr. Hansen. I'd like to think that I come up here and I speak like I'm educated, and an educated person doesn't put her name to something she hasn't read. So I hope you weren't saying that I was uneducated. In addition to that, it is not for me or you to decide whether the lawsuit is baseless. It's now in the court's hands. They'll decide whether it's baseless or not. But if you read the entire lawsuit basis, it also included due process not being followed, and the rights of disabilities was also included in that. And due process meant that it is recommended that you can give 6 months before considering school closures. We had 1 month. So maybe if you read the entire thing, you might have mentioned those other two aspects to the lawsuit as well. In addition to that, regarding the transportation, being a person affected by the school closures, I do appreciate this information. However, this is the first time I've seen it. So if there's a map that could be bigger that I can have, because in this presentation, what's back there, it's really hard to read. So I hope that you're not expecting parents to check websites, because a lot of our parents don't have access to the website. And I don't understand why for before and after school programs, you did a Connect Ed to let parents know that the applications would be available and there's a lottery. Why wouldn't you have done a Connect Ed to let parents know if they have questions regarding transportation, that there is a number that they can call? Just a suggestion. In addition to that, regarding Earl Warren, I've made various different attempts to address the open campus that's at Earl Warren. And the response I received from the principal was that a secured or fence gives a perception of safety, not necessarily that it's truly safe just because there's gates surrounding the campus. However, I think about my home. I know a thief who wants to get into my house will get into my house whether or not I've locked it, have a security gate or alarm system. But I still lock my doors, I still set my alarms. So why wouldn't we at least give our children the bare minimum protection as far as a closed and gated campus. So I would just like to bring those points to the board, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. No further public comment. We have Member Pritchett.
Thank you. All right. Okay. I think I know the answer to some of these questions, but if you can just reiterate, because when on I don't know what slide this is, the phase 2 planning after school programs.
I'll have Stacy Bell.
Yeah, Stacy, it was during your presentation. During some of the numbers that were being read off, I saw the public's eyes wide open and wondering why some of these numbers were so high as far as wait list. I'm sure that, I'm guessing that's what the looks were for. For example, Theater Judah / Washington, very bottom of the list, it shows that there's a wait list of 71.
Yes.
Will those all 71 be placed in an after-school program?
We anticipate that all of those 71 students will be placed in an after-school program.
And when will they know by?
We're hoping to get notification from CDE within the next few weeks. As soon as we get concrete data and approval from CDE as well as other funding sources, we'll let families know. And we're going to do that. We've already had one phone call, at least one phone call with every single family on the waiting list. And so once we get the approval that we can move forward with the funding sources that we have, we'll be calling back those families and letting them know. When we talked with them last week and the week before, we did give them information that we're trying to build capacity, and as soon as we have information, we'll let them know. So they have the ability to call us back if they have questions, but I think most of the people, at least that I spoke with, recognize that we're doing all we can, and they're going to be hearing from us in a few weeks.
So hopefully by the next board meeting, we'll hear an update.
Yes.
And hopefully
Yes.
CDA will get back to us.
Yes.
Okay. So I know as a parent, that could be, you're a parent, that could be kind of scary not knowing if you,
Yeah.
if you're working. So,
Absolutely.
Bus stops.
Did you have any more after school? No?
I don't think so. Bus stops. We're going through the bus stops and where they were at. I'm assuming some of these are in front of residents?
Some of them are in front of residences, yes.
Has there been collaboration with the residents that live in those areas to let them know there'll be a bus stop in front of their area, in front of their house?
No, actually, some of the bus stops have been resurrected from times in the past when we were putting these together, but no, we have not reached out to the families at these addresses to let them know there's going to be a bus stop there.
So there will be some type of collaboration that will go out to the, I'm just saying because, for example, in my area, if there was all of a sudden at the beginning of the school year, 50 elementary school kids out there waiting for the bus, I'd be wondering what was going on.
Sure. Yeah, no, I can understand that. And we'll take that back to staff and see how we can approach that better.
Okay, I appreciate that, just so we don't get any backlash from that.
Sure.
Member Pritchett, we also failed to mention that in addition to working with obviously our residents and other stopped areas, that we were also thinking about some sort of signage, knowing that it's probably new to a lot of our families. Some of the other conversation around how do we provide signage in some sort of fashion. So just wanted to add that as
I'm
well.
sure that there's not a whole lot of bus stops that are in front of residents, but it would be nice if there was some type of notice or something that went out to those residents, letting them know that there will be a bus stop in front of their home.
Sure.
The last thing I'd want is young children in front of an angry homeowner's home, right?
Yeah.
Lastly, in regards to the times of the buses, are we planning on adding additional buses for after-school programs? I think I've asked that question before, but...
Yes, and at this time, we do not have plans for providing transportation for after-school programs.
Okay.
Can we provide a little more explanation? So we've done a lot of work on this. It isn't just, at this time we don't have any.
Yeah, I assumed that there was more
there's
to
been
it.
a lot of research. It presents, tremendous challenges, and Stacy can talk to those.
Okay.
Yeah, we have looked really, because again, since the community meetings, we've understood how important after school transportation were. We looked really closely at how we could make that possible for families. And of course, fiscally, that's the first concern, and Chuck can talk a little bit more about the estimated cost for that. It was astronomical. But even beyond that, some of the non-fiscal implications, like students being at bus stops at after-school programs close at 6 p.m., so students being at unsupervised at bus stops at 6 p.m., how do we transition students back to their communities, equity in terms of other after-school programs and families that are traveling 2 or more miles to get to their school site currently and not being able to be served through after-school busing as well. I think student safety for most of our department was the biggest reason that, as well as, of course, parents in after school sign their students, especially elementary students. Parents have to sign their students in and out. And so if we're transporting, students on a bus back at dark, what does that look like for parents to sign their students in and out of after school program? That would be just the legal and safety implications we felt like would be not something that we were wanting to move forward with at this time.
Okay. I'm looking forward to working with you, and I really want to appreciate this packet to show us that the routes. I plan on doing my own research and finding out, just so I kind of know what to expect from a student's or a parent's perspective as well. But I did want to tell you how much I really do appreciate all the work that you have put into this. I know it's been countless hours, so that's all the questions I had. I'll be looking forward to working with you, though.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Cunha. I have a couple of questions. Transportation, right? Sure. Has there been a coordinated effort to speak with Regional Transit about the school's closure, transportation for parents to and from school? I say that, and I'll explain it out a little bit more. There are bus routes that have been canceled, specifically in the Harkness area. So if parents cannot get to their kid in the event that they're sick or they need to get picked up or accidents happen, there's no real means of transportation for parents to get there back and forth. And I believe in the CP Huntington area as well. I want to say that there's other neighborhoods. Maple was another one where bus routes were canceled as well.
We've met with Regional Transit before in the past. Actually, Kua and I have met with Regional Transit before in the past, and we're looking at developing a contract with Regional Transit, making Regional Transit a lot more affordable for families and students to kind of tag along with, hopefully, can't remember the name of the contract itself, but for community colleges, they have a contract. There's a minimum threshold. There was a lot of conversation regarding how many students that would be required to purchase passes in order to do this. Understandable, they did have a reduction in service, but they've also increased the frequency of some of these routes, going along Stockton Boulevard, going along 65th, 14th Avenue, things like that. So they've increased frequency for some routes, but obviously they've had a decrease in service too.
It's my understanding that RT at this time is talking about bringing some routes back.
Yes.
And I believe that if Sac City Unified is not there part of the conversation, they may not bring back routes that are more conducive to our parents and us doing business with the parents.
Yes.
So I would strongly encourage that we get into the RT conversations and start talking to them about maybe prioritizing some of those routes that they're bringing back and letting them know the urgency behind it.
Sure.
Okay. The after school, and this is just a comment, because I am a parent and I do utilize the after school program. And I know other parents that utilize the after school program. But not all the site coordinators were notified when the lottery took place and when parents were getting notified. And so some of us were going and talking to site coordinators, and they didn't know. So there was a miscommunication on that side. So you might want to check up with your coordinators and make sure that all parents got the information that they needed, especially those that are on the waiting, that have waiting lists. Okay? Just a comment, and not looking for a response. That's it.
Vice President Wu.
I want to thank all of you for your presentation. It's very thorough, and I'm looking forward to a successful transition for our children. But Ms. Halsey, while you were talking about the social and emotional climate for our students, I was just wondering whether or not we've considered or provided some thought to providing social emotional climate for our transitioning teachers as well. I've heard some comments from teachers that they wish they too were being treated as well as the students, but I think that some outreach might be useful if we haven't already considered that.
What I do know is that the social emotional learning initiative includes the adults in the conversation. It's not just the students, but the adults as well. So it's adult to adult, student to adult. So they are included in that process, and your comments are well noted. Thank you.
I just have two quick issues. Like to, when we come back in July, obviously the Judah Washington after school piece is important to me. And secondly, to follow on Member Pritchett, I would just like, a one-sheeter about the reasons for not providing buses for after school. So fiscal, legal, whatever it is. I just want to see the rationale before or at the next meeting, so I can have a sense of the decision-making process, the deliberative process, and the reasons for that. And I thank you for, we have Member Hanson.
Just one quick question. If you can also provide a list of, I want to see if there are students who are leaving the district that were part of these closed schools. I think, it's important information. So, how many students were at Washington? Of those 220 students that were there, are they all accounted for of transferring to other schools? So I'm wondering if we're tracking information down to the student level to find out if we're keeping those students in the district, and if some students are leaving because their school's closed. I think it'd be important for us to know that in the future, just so we have that statistic, so we actually do understand the full ramifications instead of just hearsay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work. Item 12.2, 7-Eleven committee update. It's a conference item. Mr. Kennedy's obviously not here. He wrote me an email, which I will read quickly, and then I know Member Rodriguez has some comments as well. While well-intentioned, I feel the committee should be disbanded, and we revert back to the way the board has handled the establishment of the 7-Eleven committee in the past. That is to say, allow the full board to review applications and appoint the 7-Eleven committee members at an open meeting of the full board. At the one meeting of the ad hoc committee that was held, the committee did a good job of creating an application process. As a result, I think we have 14 applications. That is not an unwieldy number of applications for the full board to deliberate and consider in full view of the public at our June 20th meeting. The fact of the matter is scheduling committee meetings has been extremely difficult, and I see no reason to delay this process. Thank you for your consideration. Member Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Cunha. Yes, I understand that we were working hard at organizing a subsequent meeting to review these applications. We had one person in particular that was difficult to coordinate with because of other priorities that were competing. And so what I propose is that perhaps Vice President Kennedy and myself meet either tomorrow, or should he be available, meet tomorrow evening or Saturday, so that before the board packet, put together a list of recommended candidates, put all of the applications into our board packet and have it ready for dissemination by Saturday. And then that way we don't have to deliberate as much on the agenda item for the 20th. I'm in agreement to having the agenda item on the 20th. I just don't think that we should spend a whole lot of time when we already have a committee put together.
Before, I know we have a couple more, I'll say this. I want it on the 20th because I want this done, and that was my concern. I have no problem with the deference to Member Rodriguez and Vice President Kennedy on who the selection is. I'm not going to say right now I'm going to agree with it, but I would give you great deference, and I don't want to usurp your role. I just want it to be accomplished.
As do I.
I know you do. I'm not casting stones anywhere. So my preference would be to put it on for the 20th as a full board hearing with the applications to go out to everybody, but allow Member Rodriguez and Vice President Kennedy and even Member Arroyo to meet, confer, and then make recommendations at the meeting on the 20th. So we will have a 7-11 committee chosen. Is that fair?
That's absolutely okay.
Is that fair to everyone? Go ahead.
I mean, that's what I want too.
Okay.
We cannot delay. We must
yes.
move forward. So as long as it's going to happen one way or the other.
I have no problem giving them the opportunity to vet and giving them the deference of the committee of saying this is who we chose because we spent more time and we deliberated and this is why we think it's a good choice.
I think we were just trying to play the team player thing and try to get everybody involved. But
I understand.
I would just like to recommend that Member Hanson also be part of that committee.
Well, then we haven't agendized it though. That's
okay.
the problem.
All right. Well,
we run into Brown Act. Right?
No, I mean it would have just been the two of them.
So if they want to meet and they can
three.
tell us if Member Arroyo was there or not, that's fine. But I don't think we don't have it on the agenda to reconstitute. the
Okay.
committee. So is everybody in agreement with that kind of course of action? Does that sound good? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So that's how we will proceed.
I'd like to add that if Vice President Kennedy and I cannot meet, we just go forward with putting everything on.
Right, and then we'll just all talk about it. But if you have the recommendations, please bring them forward, and you will lead off the discussion. So.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Item 12.3, Coherent Governance Operational Expectations 5, Financial Planning Monitor Report. Superintendent Raymond.
Thank you, President Cuneo. I will, as we've done, just entertain if there's any questions on this Coherent Governance OE number 5.
Do we have any questions? I see none, so I will make the motion to move the item that the school system is in compliance in regard to OE5.
Second.
We have a second by Vice President Wu. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The item has been approved. 13.0, Business and Financial Information Reports. We have received the information. Item 14.0, Future Board Meeting Dates and Locations, June 20th, 2013, 4:30 p.m. closed session, 6:30 p.m. open session here at the Cerna Center. 15.0, do we have a motion to adjourn? We have a motion to adjourn by Student Board Member Yee, second by Vice President Wu. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned. Got under the time. So.